out, but we do have quorum, and so we will get started now. For this board meeting on Tuesday, December 5th, 2023. As a reminder, if you're carrying a cell phone, computer, two-way radio, or other sound device, we ask that you silence it at this time to minimize disruption at today's meeting. Now let's please start with our call to order. Each supervisor, District 1.
Good morning, all, and happy December. Patrice Horseman, supervisor from District 1.
Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, current chair. Thank you for being here. District 3 is currently at an ADOT event, and so he will join us in the afternoon, but is not able to be here this morning. And District 4.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. Judy Begay, District 4 Supervisor, current Vice Chair.
And District 5 is on her way, and so we will acknowledge her when she does arrive. Thank you. Next up, can we please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? All right, thank you. Now we'll have call to the public to allow for any comments from the public. Please note that issues presented during the call to public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted upon by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual supervisors may ask questions of the public, but are prohibited by the open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. We will take public comments from those in the room first, and then take public comments from those who have joined virtually. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comment.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to provide a public comment that is here in the boardroom in person, you can either fill out a comment card and I can read it for you, or you can come up to the podium and state your comment. If you've joined us virtually via Zoom, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. It looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9, and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. At this time, Chair Vasquez, we have nobody in the room that would like to make a comment, and we have no hands raised in the virtual format.
Okay, we'll go ahead and give it 1 more minute.
There are no hands raised, Chair Vasquez.
Okay, thank you. In that case, we'll move on from public comment. And now we are at the Board of Supervisors consent agenda. All items under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that board members want to consider separately? Vice Chair Begay.
Yes. Reappointments for District number 10, number 9, and number 5.
Great, thank you. Are there any others? Thank you. All right, in that case, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 1 through 11 minus number 5, number 9, and number 10?
So move.
We have a motion by Vice Chair Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Horseman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. All right, now we'll go to item number 5, consideration and possible action to approve the reappointment of Patty Garcia as District 2 representative to the Coconino County Hispanic Advisory Council for a 4-year term to expire December 2027. County Manager.
Can you repeat that, please? I was
It's,
multitasking.
she's here too.
We have Supervisor Fowler, just 10. No problem. Thank you for being here. So we do have Patty Garcia in the audience, and we'd like to say thank you for your time on Chalk. And if do we have any other comments from board members? Supervisor Horseman?
Sure, I'd be honored to. And Patty Garcia, she has been absolutely a champion in our community for so long, both serving CCC and obviously serving on Chalk. And I think it's wonderful that your community service continues. And I want to thank you so much for all that you provide to our community. And thank you for continuing on for another 4-year term. So I really appreciate it. It's great for you to be here. It's really shows your commitment to Coconino County and to us. And thank you so much. Really appreciate it, Patty.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your interest as far as coming back and serving for the county, Coconino County, through for Chalk and other services that you provide within the county is greatly appreciated. And thank you for being here.
Thank you. Supervisor. All right, well, in that case, I will make my comments. You're representative for District 2, and I so appreciate you stepping up and being on Chalk, your leadership on Chalk for several years. I had the privilege of being part of Chalk back in 2011, and you were involved back then, and so you are a wealth of institutional knowledge for Chalk, and just appreciate your service. Would you like to say anything? Great, thank you. We really appreciate it.
And if I may,
Yes, Supervisor Horseman.
I know it's in your district, so if you wouldn't mind, I'd love to make the motion.
Please do.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the reappointment of Patty Garcia as District 2 Representative, Coconino County Hispanic Advisory Council for a 4-year term expiring December 2027.
Thank you. We have a motion. Do we have a second? Vice Chair Begay, second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Patty. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, now we're on to item number 9, consideration and possible action to reappoint Mary Hendricks, District 4, to the Coconino County Parks and Recs Commission for a term commencing December 6, 2023 through December 6, 2026. Do we have someone from Parks and Rec or County Manager's Office that would like to talk about this item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Vasquez. This is an appointment of District 4 for the Parks and Recreation Commission, of which Judy Begay is our supervisor representative for that district. Mary Hendricks has served well for our Parks and Recreation Commission, and the commission's really taken a lot of positive steps in the last few years, and they have historically as well. There's been a lot of positive momentum throughout the county on trail development, et cetera, as well as the fair, all of the activities at Fort Hill County Park, and then preservation of open space. And so really been helpful to have such a great commission for the Parks and Recreation staff to be able to work with. Looking to see if Mary is on. I know for the next item, Steve Mongrain is on. And so I don't know that she is, but
She's not. But Cynthia Nemeth is on from Parks and Rec.
Cynthia? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. And yeah, it's our pleasure to be able to have Commissioner Hendricks want to be reappointed and continue her very, very good work on the Parks and Recreation Commission and representation of this department and of service to you, because that is what our commissioners do. They are there to provide, to sit in an advisory capacity to the Board of Supervisors with an outlook within their respective districts.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Would any supervisors like to make any comments? Vice Chair Begay?
Yes, I just want to thank Mary Hendricks for continuing with the Parks and Recreation Commission. And I just want to say thank you for all the services and for the Recreation Department. And there are a lot of things that are happening, you know, within that department. And I solely support their initiatives and ongoing efforts. So with that, I would like to make a motion.
Thank you. We have a motion for the consideration of the action to reappoint Mary Hendricks. Do we have a second?
I second that motion.
Second, Supervisor Horstman. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Well, thank you, Mary Hendricks, for being willing to be a Parks and Rec Commissioner. We need volunteers from the community to help us with the oversight of the different areas, and that's why we have these different committees and commissions. And Parks and Recs Commission is very important. It helps us determine how we're going to use our public lands that are the parks for the public. And so we really appreciate that service and look forward to meeting other Parks and Rec commissioners as we fill in different spots. Thank you. Supervisor Horstman? Oh, I saw your hand go up. In that case, we'll move on to item number 10, consideration and possible action to reappoint Steve Mongrain, District 5, to the Coconino County Parks and Recreation Commission for a term between November 13th, 2023 through November 13th, 2026. Again, Parks and Rec.
Thank you, Chair Vasquez, and Cynthia Nemeth is on, as well as Steve is on as well. And this is a District 5 representative. Supervisor Fowler represents this district. And so Cynthia is online. And if Steve would like to say a few words, and Supervisor Fowler would like to introduce.
Yeah, Chair and boards of the members of the board. I would like to go ahead and toss it over to Supervisor Fowler, who has made an excellent choice.
Thank you, Cynthia and Andy. Mr. Chair, and board, I apologize. I was late. The meeting went over, and so, but I'm here. So thank you so much, and I appreciate you pulling number 10. And I don't see Steve on right now. I don't see him on the screen anyway. But I want to just thank Steve and the rest of the Parks Commission. It is so wonderful to work with him. Community commitment, just the heart that goes into it. And then we started the Trails Alliance, and he has been blazing those trails and mapping them. So I just want to really appreciate it. You know, when you're a community volunteer, it's all on your time. It's your own dedicated service. You decide that you're going to commit a certain amount of time to help the community and Coconino County. So I want to thank Steve, and I want to thank Cynthia and Liz. We've been working together on the few projects, and really sounds like we're really developing the website that we have dreamt of, and now it's actually happening. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Does Cynthia or anybody else have any other comments? Oh, Steve.
No, just, Chair and members of the board, I see Steve is here. Steve, just want to thank you, since you're here today, for your grand service to the Parks and Recreation Commission and the department and the county at large. So thank you for your service.
No, I
Yes,
appreciate
thank you
that.
for your
Thank you.
service. And at this time, if you'd like to make a few words, the floor is yours.
Well, I certainly would like to say thank you to Supervisor Fowler. It's been a privilege to serve on the commission for the last 6 years. And I look forward to 3 more. We've got a lot happening up here in District 5. We're doing a lot of work on the Regional Trails Alliance, which is a economic initiative started by Supervisor Fowler to GIS trails in District 5 and the surrounding area to try to entice our visitors to stay here that extra day or two. And so we're very active with that in conjunction with Cynthia and Liz Krug. I think we're basically setting a methodology for trails work that will spread throughout the county and serve as a foundation for trying to get folks to stay here a little longer. But I'm honored to serve on the commission again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We really appreciate your service and look forward to some of the events out in District 5 with the parks where we can celebrate together. With that said, can I get a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. And I just want to thank all of the rest of the Trails Alliance that are volunteering on these on these trails that we're working on. So I just want to thank everyone. Yes, I like to move that we approve item number 10. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. We have a motion to reappoint Steve Mongrain, District 5, to the Parks and Rec Commission for a term between November 13th, 23 and November 13th, 2026. Do we have a second? Vice Chair Begay, we have a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you. Thank you to all of those community servants who are stepping up to help us manage our county and our resources in our county. We appreciate you. Okay, number 11, consideration and possible action to approve a grant agreement in the amount of $27,421.12 with Montessori School Flagstaff to provide funds for Regional Induction Service Network, which is a teacher retention program. Dollars for RSISN will be funded through the Arizona Department of Education Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Fund, ESSER, capacity projects. Our teacher retention grant that was approved by the Board of Supervisors on November 15th, 2022. Do we have our superintendent of schools?
Chair
present.
Vasquez, you approve this with the consent items. We're good on this one.
Oh, this was 11. Guys, I'm looking at my agenda, so we're actually moved on. All right. Good to know. All right, item number 12, post-interview discussion and possible action to select the top candidate seeking to fill the vacancy of the District 3 County Supervisor position that will result from Supervisor Matt Ryan's retirement pursuant to ARS 38-431.303A1A3. The board may vote to enter exec session on this item. So as a recap on this item, on November 29th, the board interviewed 5 candidates for the vacancy of District 3 Supervisor position that will occur upon Matt Ryan's retirement, with his last day in office being December 31st, 2023. The 5 candidates interviewed and being considered include Adam Hess, Sue Greaves, Eric Eikenberry, Nicholas Hanley, and Rebecca Eid. I want to thank all of the candidates for submitting applications for and interviewing for this important position. It's really appreciated your community involvement and the ability to step up when we called. We appreciate your time, your candor during the interview process, and more than anything, it has been a pleasure getting to know each candidate through this process. All candidates have displayed their involvement in the community and their eagerness to serve in this position, and we thank them for being involved in the community. At this time, I will ask each of my fellow supervisors to please share who their top candidate is for the position. We'll start with District 1.
How did I know that? So, first and foremost, this is obviously a very important decision and a challenging decision that we here on this board are going to be making. Matt Ryan, 27 years serving Coconino County in District 3. And he served the county and this district well. He was a champion for open spaces, for wetlands. He loved the parks, Fort Todd Hill, Rogers Lake, that, and with his military background, he worked with the Naval Army Depot and continues to look at ways for economic development out there. Naval Observatory, he maintained and really honed a very deep professional and working relationship with the folks in Williams. His love of rural Coconino County and its people, he had it all. And Matt still has it all. He certainly has been a true public servant. So it is important for us to try to find that right fit for District 3 and for all of Coconino County. Someone that exemplifies some of the traits and abilities that Matt was able to do in serving his district well. And I want to basically say that the 5 candidates that have put their name forward, I really appreciate putting themselves out there for our community and for our district. Matt's got big hiking boots to fill, and I appreciate Adam Hess, Sue Greaves, Eric Eikenberry, Nicholas Hanley, and Rebecca Eid, who all bring tremendous strengths and strong commitment to public service. And again, I just want to thank them for this. This is a position that sometimes keeps you up all night, keeps you working all weekends and all week. And these individuals have indicated a desire to continue that type of commitment for Coconino County. So weighing all the decisions, weighing all of the strengths of our candidates, and trying to come up with the person I believe can best serve District 3 and all of Coconino County, I believe that that's Adam Hess. I think Adam has the right background and the qualities, the commitment, the desire, the discipline. He has deep roots in Coconino County. He has his bachelor's from NAU. He is career military, recently retired. He's not afraid of hard work. He's made that clear. He is committed to face-to-face meetings with the people of District 3. And quite frankly, I think that's what they're used to in District 3 with Matt. And he also, with his bridge internship on the military with Coconino County, he basically has been able to see all kinds of parts of Coconino County and its various departments. And I think he has the breadth and depth of experience to be able to hit the ground running. This is a 1-year appointment. And I think it's important that we do get somebody that is going to be able to hit the ground running and be able to serve the residents of District 3 and, of course, all of Coconino County. I also, quite frankly, was impressed with what he said was his leadership style. He said 2 things. He said, I believe in being respectful and empowering others. And how more important can you be in terms of a leadership style? So I was very impressed with that. I think that with everything else we're looking for on finding an appointment here for a year, he's committed to running. I think that's important as well, because once you get your feet in the ground and start working with the folks in District 3 and in Coconino County, I think it's important that they can rely on you moving forward. So I appreciate a statement that he was willing to run for office. Not always easy, but it's a great way to get to meet the people in your district. So at this point, Mr. Chair, it would be my top candidate is Adam Hess.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. I am District 2 and we are going in ascending order. However, as chair, I'll reserve the right to go last. And so then I will call on my colleague, Vice Chair Begay, District 4.
So I'm the vice chair, so I'll pass it on to. But anyway, good morning, everyone. I guess, like everything my colleague said here, I do feel that we really had to look at the management experiences and all other areas, how we're going to come up with a person that would be able to somewhat, fill the shoes of Matt or Matt Ryan. So I'm just thinking here that, you know, a lot of stuff that my colleague said is something that I feel too. So, but I just want to say, uh, first of all, you know, I think um, the individuals that we all took a look at, we really went into a lengthy discussion, and that's how we ended up with whoever we wanted to support, and you know, as being put in this capacity. So I guess with their leadership style, you know, just basically just going out and willing to put the community first is what really struck me, you know. And I think that and this individual had also had been an intern within the District 3 office, which was a lot of exposure to the community efforts, and just everything that the whole organization was doing, Coconino County. So that's the other thing. And being also again, you know, the management experiences and the education that went along with it. And so I was kind of looking at that, and this person was able to strive and be involved and a leader throughout, you know, all the life that anything that he encountered, you know, he brought that to our attention. So I just feel that, you know, and then learning, having leadership roles throughout his life, and including like team captain in sports, and class presidents, and battalion commander, and leading him to a 27-year career in military. And he also has the necessary skills to be successful, I believe, in the position that we're talking about. The skills that he possessed is something that, you know, really struck also is human relations, educating, mentoring, sales, and customer service, problem solving, communication with all the communities. So I just feel that, you know, and I just feel that this person that I support, you know, and recommend is Adam Hess. You know, I would like to, you know, see, and he would be someone that would really, you know, that is experienced already in the county also. So that's the reason why I that's my recommendation.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate it. District 5, Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to thank the 5 candidates that came through. And I was really happy to see younger generation to come in and apply for the position and put themselves out in the public and saying that I can be your next leader. And it takes a lot to be able to do that. And I think that and then the whole presentation by Zoom, and having the public watch, continue to learn about the leadership that will be in the county. And then I was really the generation, and then also just the backgrounds and the leadership from each of the individuals that had come out. And I'm really happy that we have such leaders that are in our community that are willing to commit. And I'm hoping that if they're not selected, that they will be able to join the various committees and commissions that we have. And it's always such a challenge as a board, from the board, to be able to find someone that is willing to commit themselves to the work of the county and on behalf of the people as a volunteer. And that's what I'm hoping that they will be able to do. Just as we just approved a couple more, Patty's still here, Steve, and they have committed themselves always to community, the betterment of the community. So that's what I'm hoping. I too am in support of Adam Hess. Is just just his experience and being able to having the lived here, grew up here, graduated from here, and also just as soon as he came out, he could have gone an internship anywhere, but he chose to continue the public service. And that is what commitment is to your public service. It's not for you to And it's not an individual, individual looking at yourself as an individual. It's really for the commitment of the people. And that's what really struck me. And I think that just having him understand that you have to respect the community, the people that you're going to be working with, and then creating trust and really working on that relationship and building trust. I think that that is what we do as county supervisors with our community, being able to listen to them and to be able to work with them from that angle and being able to improve people's lives. And he has made a commitment to that and has worked in that way and throughout his military career. So I just want to thank him. I want to thank all the other candidates as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Now I'll list my top candidate, but before I do, I just wanted to state that I really appreciate all the candidates stepping up. Having been in those shoes 3 years ago, I understand the pressures you were under and how difficult it is to put yourself out there that way. And so I really appreciate all of you doing so, and I look forward to seeing all of the candidates out in the community continuing their public service in different capacities, and I look forward to seeing you grow into some of these different political positions moving forward. So with that, thank you. My top candidate is also Adam Hess. I appreciate his leadership experience, his military service, and his willingness to learn about his home. Like, this is a place he grew up in. This is a place that he knows well, left for 27 years to do service for our country and experienced a lot of new things, and now is willing to bring that back. And so I think he is the candidate that has the best chance to hit the ground running. This is only an appointment for 1 year. There's a lot to learn. There's a high growth curve. And I think he's the candidate that's best suited to be able to hit the ground running in this next year. And so with that, I really appreciate his ability to listen to all and to make the hard decisions. And as a supervisor, you will be asked to make hard decisions, and they are heavy decisions. And so when we were going through and deciding our candidates, for me, that was really important, having someone that could make those hard decisions. And I think that Adam Hess understands the challenges facing District 3 and facing the county. His internship allowed him to get the exposure and see firsthand what is in our county, because what we find sometimes through this process is people don't really understand what a county supervisor does and what it entails. And so when the job is posted, we get candidates that don't understand that this isn't city council. This isn't, this is a county government seat. And so I really appreciated him going through that process, learning it, and showing to us that he has that commitment to hit the ground running. And so Adam Hess is my preferred candidate. And congratulations. And again, thank you all the other candidates. Congratulations as well for being part of this process. It's a special process, and hopefully, especially for the younger candidates, that this will be a learning process for future endeavors. Like I said, this shouldn't be the end. This should be the beginning moving forward for all of our candidates. And so with that, I really appreciate it. And if the board is ready at this time to take action on selecting a top candidate for the position, I will entertain a motion.
If I may, Chair.
Supervisor Horstman.
I at this time would make a motion that we select Adam Hess as the top candidate for the District 3 supervisor position.
Thank you. We have a motion from Supervisor Horstman. Do we have a second? We have a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. The official action and of the appointment to the top candidate in this position will be on our first board meeting in January 9th, after Supervisor Ryan's last day. Again, thank you all the candidates for submitting applications, interviewing, and taking part in this process. Congratulations, Adam Hess. We look forward to seeing you on January 9th. Thank you. Okay, let's see. I think we're at break. How are we doing on time? And is it time, do we need to reorder our agenda? Or move anything forward?
Chair Vasquez, we were gonna request to go ahead and have a roundtable at this time because Supervisor Ryan would love to be part of the discussion on Frontieri, so we were gonna swap that with roundtable.
Okay, so why don't we take a 10-minute bio break and we'll come back and we'll do roundtable. Thank you, everyone. the break. We are now here going into roundtable. And our first item is discussion update regarding state or federal legislative or administrative matters. And I hand it over to the manager's office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members. Gregory Nelson, Government Affairs Director, here with you today. I would like to take a minute just to introduce our new intern, William Nazi, who will be helping us this year as we head into the legislative session. William speaks 3 languages, English, French, and Arabic, and comes to us from NAU, where she's earning her master's degree in political science and international relations, and has government experience in the Minister of Interior in Morocco. So we're really pleased to have William joining us and bringing some capacity. I also want to thank Sophia Stokes, who served as our intern for a year. She did a tremendous job, and she's taking some time to focus on her dissertation. So just want to recognize the folks that help us each and every day. So welcome, William. Thank you. Just to be brief, in terms of, did watch the update last 2 weeks ago from when Keith was here with Karen and Bob and Anna, but we've refined some of our strategy as we head into the legislative session as it relates to your advocacy and priorities. Karen is currently engaged with Kate Morley with Metro Plan and Kevin Adam with RTAC on some language to clean up the Arizona Smart Fund to make it more accessible to locals and improve that program. So we'll be drafting a letter on that once we have the language and bringing it forward for your consideration. We're also working on an 89 don't sweep the 3.5 million pending the Protect Award that we should be hearing about in the next few weeks. We'll have that letter ready to go pending that award. And then also Karen has worked with Legislative District 7 Representative David Cook, who has indicated that he will sponsor the DFFM $35 million recapitalization plan. And so Karen's working with Ledge Council on the drafting of that language to make sure everything's above board and correct and easy to introduce, and with Mr. Cook. So we really want to appreciate Mr. Cook's leadership on that, bringing that forward. And once we have an actual bill and committee assignments, we'll be prepared with a letter to engage on that on your behalf as well. So that's really where we're at with the state. We're kind of in a holding pattern. Next week is the ACO conference that starts on Tuesday, the 12th, and goes through Friday. I know many of you will be down there. Keith and I will be down there. We'll switch over to CSA on Thursday, the 14th, for their final holiday board of directors meeting prior to the holidays. And we have a few meetings set up there with some of you to engage with Mr. Gress, as well as Talani Adams in the Senate. And Karen's working on securing some additional meetings on Thursday afternoon for Chair Vasquez and Supervisor Fowler. Want to thank the board for all the time and effort that went into our visits prior to Thanksgiving holiday. They were very effective. Karen has heard good things from that. Thank you all for your correspondence, and thanking our members down there and for your work and advocacy to help bring our priorities forward. I also want to thank Keith for his work while I was gone. Thank you all for the time off. It was much needed before heading into the legislative session. On the federal side, Bob and Anna are actively monitoring the shutdown situation. Obviously, January 19th and February 2nd are key dates. We'll be ready to engage on that in the new year. But right now, things are winding down in terms of the holiday season coming, so we'll keep you appraised. And with that, that really concludes my update, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Gregory. Any questions from board members? Comments? Well, thank you. Appreciate it, and appreciate the updates, and look forward to seeing how we can stay on top of the wild ride that's coming this next legislative session.
Yes,
Thank
indeed.
you.
Thank you, Chair.
Next topic is the planning calendar. And so the clerk will put up the planning calendar here. Okay. Lindsay, oh, you're doing it on your end? Okay. I didn't know if I was doing it here, if you were doing it there. So suffice it to say, there is a mad rush to the end of the calendar year. A lot of activities taking place. Today you'll see, on December 5th, the items of note before we go down. Don't go down too quickly yet. Go back up. Just want to call out a few items on today's agenda. Oh my gosh. Okay. So to the 7th event in Tucson, Williams as well. For the tree lighting in Tucson, the Williams Senior Meal event is on the 7th as well. Those are all posted for quorum, as well as on Saturday, the light parade in Flagstaff. And then finally on Sunday, the 10th, also holidays. And so we have several items happening on this weekend. On the 11th, we have a board retreat scheduled as well. So we're posted for that. The 12th, we're elected official leadership team holiday gathering is posted for quorum on the 12th at 7:30 a.m. for breakfast I think we're going to King Street for this one. And then on the 12th, as well as the senior event here in Flagstaff. So again, we're posted for quorum for all of those. And then on to the next page, looking at the 12th, we have a special session, a regular session. We have a budget schedule presentation. So we'll be presenting to the board some of the important building blocks for the budget process coming forward. I did miss up above the 12th through the 15th, which is next week. The ACO conference is taking place in Phoenix, or in Mesa rather. And so that is, and we're doing a quorum posting for that. Also included, which is not on this list because it's not for quorum posted, but several of us on the staff side and the chair will be participating in an elections tabletop exercise. And that is happening immediately after the ACO conference in Mesa on Friday and then extending into Saturday. So that's taking place next weekend. And then back on the schedule for the 13th, 14th, 15th, you can see in 16th, the various events that are occurring. Kona CSA holiday meeting and luncheon is taking place next Thursday, the 14th. The 15th, we have NAU commencement is taking place. And then also on the 16th, we have the Western Agency Council meeting that is taking place at CCC. And that's the annual event of the Western Agency Council delegates coming to Flagstaff. The 19th, you'll see the items on the agenda. To call out a couple of items, the NACO interim policy resolutions. Gregory will be presenting that. We'll be presenting the first of several presentations related to expenditure limit, and then also looking at wildfire crisis in Coconino County that would be looked at in terms of potential ballot measures for 2024. And then also the dark sky ordinance public hearing is scheduled for the 19th. We also on the 19th will be having, this will be Matt Ryan's last meeting, although he's not leaving until the end of the calendar year, but the end of the last regular meeting of the board on the 19th, we're going to be providing an opportunity for staff and elected officials to have a gathering with him after the meeting on the 19th. Okay, and then on to the holidays happening, as you can see there. I'll just go into the 9th very quickly. So we will have at that time the official appointment and swearing in of Supervisor Designee Hess, and that is occurring that morning. And then also HHS is going to be visiting with us on the CDBG project funding process and a recommendation for funding, an exec session on IT, and then a follow-up installment on the wildfire crisis issue in Coconino County and Roundtable. So I think that's as far as I'll go. But again, several things happening. And so if you have any questions or comments from the board, we can discuss them at this time.
It's busy, but it seems like it's always busy. So thank you. Appreciate it. Any other comments from board members? Supervisor Horstman.
And are we going to get the final agenda for the board retreat?
That's next on my list of topics to bring to you. Of the 11 items that I presented to you so far from the feedback of each of you, we'll be covering at least 9 items of that list of 11. So again, we still need to hone it down a little bit more. I've not met with Matt Ryan yet on his input, but again, suffice it to say, what we'll be doing for each of the items, providing a 1-page discussion agenda for each of those items. And again, at the beginning of the roundtable, be able to hone down what the board may want to discuss in terms of the time that we have reserved for that day.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any other questions from board members? Okay, please continue.
Let's see, the other item, we have, yesterday, the economic development candidate other one from, that joined us was David Gammon. He visited with several board members. I think we have one other board member that needs to visit with him. And so that process will be coming to an end. I would like to have from each of you your impressions of the candidates that we visited so that we can start to begin the process of coming down to some decisions in that area. And so that's taking place at this time. With regard to our office, getting ready for the end of the year, I know that we're looking at next year's calendar of events. The clerk's office has put together the meeting schedule for next year. No changes there in terms of the monthly routine. And so that's out to you. I know after the first of the year, we'll also be coming and visiting with you related to government affairs. We'll be discussing with each of you the committee assignments for next year. Gregory and his office has put out some of that initial work and has had some initial discussions with board members on desires and preferences in terms of representation. And so that's occurring as well. And Mr. Chair, since we are in retreat on Monday, I think those are the items that I'll conclude at this point in time.
All right, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments from board members? All right, thank you. In that case, it's time for roundtable. Tell you what, normally I go last. I'll do District 1 a favor. I'll go first and we'll go up rather than down. So been really busy. Being chair during putting together an appointment process for a candidate has been a lot of work. Working with staff in terms of crafting it and the questions and some of the details, and so that's been part of what I've been involved in the last couple of weeks. I also had the opportunity to join Supervisor Fowler for an interview of one of the candidates for our economic development director position, and look forward to sitting through the other candidate and getting through that process, because that's definitely a position that we need to fill in our county. One of my assignments on NACO, which is the National Association of Counties, is on the Immigration Reform Task Force. We had a meeting recently and we reviewed a letter by NACO regarding the Dignity Act, House Resolution 3599, which is a letter that will be sent to House congressional leadership expressing support for several provisions of the Dignity Act. We also listened to a presentation from Dr. Veronica James about Harris County, Texas U visa dashboard. U visas are for victims of certain crimes who have suffered mental or physical abuse and are helpful to law enforcement or government officials in investigation and prosecution of criminal activity. We also discussed supplemental aid requests that the White House sent to Congress that included $14 billion for U.S. border security. NACO is monitoring negotiations on raising the bar for initial credible fear of prosecution screenings for individuals seeking asylum, restrictions on creating humanitarian parole programs, and inclusion of House Resolution 2, which is a Republican border security bill that passed the House earlier this year. And so we're learning about those different areas, and we'll keep you up to date as things progress. As part of RTAC, which is the Rural Transportation Advocacy Council, we had our monthly meeting and we approved board appointments and discussed the legislative agenda as the outlook, looking at transportation issues, in particular a bill from RTAC pushing projects from all the different groups that make up our TAC. Also, as part of Metro Plan, I'm current vice chair and looking to take over as chair of Metro Plan in the next month. And so met with the team, discussing the agenda and looking forward to setting up how we're moving forward with Metro Plan. Have had some meetings with some different elected officials. I met with our county attorney and chief deputy attorney, with our county manager, as well as with vice chair. And we discussed executive sessions and board meetings and just the relationship between the board and the county attorney's office. It was all positive, and look forward to moving forward as we work together moving forward. I also had the opportunity to meet with presiding judge Dan Slayton, who will be retiring at the end of the year. And we just discussed opportunities to continue supporting Coconino County's mental health court. And so I really appreciate Judge Slayton and his advocacy, and have appreciated working with him. And I'm happy for him that he gets to retire. That's a nice milestone. Sounds like he's just going to turn around and come back to work, but in a different capacity. I also had the opportunity to participate in his presiding judge award ceremony, where they honored Judge Coker and over 38 years of service to Coconino County courts, or the courts in different capacities. And so that was really cool to experience and see, and also participate in Judge Slayton's last presiding judge award ceremony. Last Saturday, had the opportunity to participate in the the previous Saturday, the Williams Light Parade. That was a lot of fun. I recommend you participate when you get a chance. I hear Flagstaff's having theirs this weekend, and had a great time out there in Williams. Really appreciated the staff who put that together, Brian Harris and some of the other folks from the county that were there representing. Thank you. I don't remember the guys that were driving the plow and walking the banner, but thank you, all of you, for participating. It was a lot of fun. I also had the opportunity to go with Supervisor Horseman to downtown to the tree lighting ceremony on Saturday. That was a lot of fun. I didn't get on the fire truck with Santa, but I was able to be at the tree with Santa. So I was happy about that. It was a lot of fun. Thank you, everyone. And again, they're having the light parade downtown this Saturday. So if you can, please participate. Also had the opportunity to attend the NAU Community Holiday Reception last night. That was a lot of fun. Thank you all county staff who participated and represented us there. It was a lot of fun. They had live music, and there was dancing and food. It was good. I enjoyed it. And then let's see. The rest is just meeting with our leadership team and meeting with my colleagues as we're moving forward, helping develop the board retreat with our manager and with our vice chair, so that we can discuss some of these issues that we've been wanting to discuss more in depth, and now we'll have a better opportunity to do so. So that would be my report. I know it's a little longer than it should be for today, but I wanted to share where I'm at and what I've been doing as chair. Thank you. Next up, Supervisor or Vice Chair Begay, District 4.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as usual, we have a lot of meetings that we attend on behalf of our districts. And mostly the ones I've been really involved with is the planning meetings and the chapter meetings, to hear their voices and concerns, and then try to advocate for some of the issues that they have. And we've been addressing a lot of issues out there, just to even write a letter on their behalf, or meet with people that have the authority, and things are, picking up and moving in that direction. So I'm happy and glad to, be part of that, because I do have 5 chapters, and then I also have Moncopi. And I also met with the community members of Moncopi for Q&A, just about the county, what cannot be done, and just the needs, and then also what issues they have. And so basically, they're also really wanting more involvement, from the county as far as services, but I through my Q&As and stuff like that, that's where I mentioned, how the Coconino County Board of Supervisors, the tribes, allocation as far as dollars are concerned. And that, that's where these are the people that we would be able to talk to. So the next meeting for Monkopi is scheduled for next week on Thursday evening at 6 o'clock in the evening. So I'll be attending that. And we did have a Veterans Day activities that went on in Monkopi, and we were able to help them, with that. And then also the one over at Twin Arrows, and so there was a big turnout there, so that it was nice to see that, and we did get donations of blankets that were actually sewn together by a group of people from Sedona area, and so those were given out to the veterans out there. So there were 28 of them. So we just want to publicly thank them, for coming forward and helping, our people out here. So that's the other thing. And then also this morning we heard that I guess we just like to offer our condolences to the family of Freddie Howard, who was a former Navajo Nation Council delegate for Talani Lake chapter. We received word this morning of his passing. He also served as an official for Talani Lake and for many, many years, and had retired from Navajo Nation as a project manager for Division of Community Development. So we just want to say, send our condolences to him and his family and relatives out in Talani Lake. And then, of course, we did meet. I did get a chance to meet with the two people that were vying for the economic development director position. So those Dave Gammon, and I forget the other one's names here, but anyway, so that's what I did for this past week. And I did get a chance to also go to Hopi Land Commission, Navajo Hopi Land Commission meeting over in Twin Arrows, but due to some circumstances, they had to go into executive session. So they ousted all of the people that were not involved as delegates or committee members or whatever. So that's we didn't go the full attendance on that. So that is my report.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. Supervisor Fowler, District 5.
Okay, good afternoon. Good. It's morning. Okay. We just, Keith and I, we attend I am on the National County Association Board of Directors. I serve on there for the state of Arizona, and we attend the session in Minnesota just this week. And the focus was about there were many presentations, and really the focus was about relationship building, and building trust among the community as well as within the county system and leadership. So it was it was really interesting, just the various presentations and just the panels that were put together, and just the amount of time that Minnesota counties are really focused on that. So there was a survey that was done. 99% of the country believes that it's divided. So the focus has been to really work and bring people back together. And it was very interesting. I just have met with Steve and Sue and the leadership team here, saying that maybe we need to bring some these groups in to help us to maybe have some conversation internally. I know we're interested in maybe hiring diversity personnel So maybe that might be able to help us to guide us in the right direction. But it was very, very, very productive meeting. We worked on our strategic plan. There was a survey that was done also throughout the country. And then the county, the board as well was surveyed. The result is very much in line with our own, with what we have here at the county, what we see. And I want to thank Corey for helping me to fill out the survey, because I could have done the survey myself and just my own, but I wanted the whole county perspective. And so our survey really was in line with what the result was. Mental health issues, that when you think about counties, what are they dealing with? What are the main issues the counties across the country are dealing with? What is the crisis level when counties think about what their population and what they're really focused on? It's mental health, housing affordability, transportation infrastructure, the county workforce, and broadband. That's exactly how our county, that's what we're focused on as well. So, and then what are we investing in? We have invested a lot into our mental health. We have invested into economic mobility as well, but nationwide, the result was that it was transportation infrastructure, mental health, public safety, broadband, and workforce. So that's what counties are investing in, very much in line with what we're doing here as well and what we see, so, and then where do counties across the country, where do they need help? There are over 3,600 counties in the country. So the main place that was identified through these two surveys, all the counties as well as the board, is mental health. We need help with mental health, and that's what we've been saying here at our county. Housing affordability, which is our discussion every single day. We talk about housing affordability and the impact of our hiring individuals into the county. It's always the housing is the issue. And then it's always the workforce is impact. I just had a meeting this morning, and the number one issue with that meeting was that was identified from what was brought up to me was housing. We can't hire people. We can't even expand or grow because of housing in our region. Transportation and infrastructure. We've had meetings about these county-wide, statewide, and this is another one that was identified where the counties need support. County workforce as well. Well, county workforce in terms of training, that's up to bring skilled workforce into the county, which is a challenge because of the housing issue. If they work outside of a long distance from where the county seat is or where that job position is, then it's the transportation, the high cost of gas just trying to come into work. And our county the average round trip, average drive to work is over 50 miles. So we see that, and the rest of the counties see that. And then the other one is jail and criminal justice. We have our CJCC that's been organized. We're very organized. We're getting very organized where we're at here. And other counties, they talk about the challenge and trying to bring the system together. We are at a point where all these years we've been working on this, and now JCCC has really moved forward. So that was, we thought that was such an interesting survey. And then they really, the question was, okay, where do how can we look at the survey in another way? And we suggest that it be small county, medium county, and large county. What would it look like if it was was looked at it that way? And then rural counties versus large counties. So these are population. It's not so much geographically. We're a rural county. You could say we're a mixed county also because of the Flagstaff County seat. Most of the population is here. The resources are here, but the rural counties, we're still trying to reach out, and it's more expensive to deliver services out there. So that was just a really interesting survey, and we will make sure you get the full copy of the survey that was done. And then they also, NACO has services that I don't believe that we are tapping into, where all the county, all the counties join to purchase like procurement and just the various services. That was also another one that was emphasized. So these documents that were shared with us, we'll make sure that we get it out. And while I was sitting there, and I was texting our staff saying, here's the result, because I've been talking about this survey for some time. And then the other one was that was brought up that is really important to us is the federal disaster reimbursement. Lucinda is in the audience here, and just she's always emphasizing we don't get our funding right. We spend the money and then we get the reimbursement, and sometimes it takes years to do that. So that's where the other counties are having the same challenge. 4 to 6 years is the average. And in the meantime, the counties are spending their own money, or, most of them don't have the special district that is there. And it's just a great challenge that is across the county, across the country. We see on the news, there's a disaster, there's a state responding. This news always says state is responding, but it's really the counties that are responding. We're the first responders to the floods, to the natural disaster, to the fire. We're the first responders, and the health department, it's the county health departments that are responding, but it's always the state. So we talked about how maybe we need to really change our message out there. How do we tell the public that it's really the county and the state legislators? The challenge with the state legislator turnovers and being able to have them understand the counties, and then our own residents understand what we do. So anyway, that was a really good discussion that we had. So I just want to let you all know that what we see here is what is seen across the country pretty much. And I'll share all this information with you, and we'll be reporting out at CSA. Rudy was not able to attend, so we're the ones that will be giving out the information. Keith is here. I don't know if he wants to add more to that. Well, I just thought it was really a great session. Mr. Chair, if you may.
Yes, he may. Mr. Keith?
Is it on? Yeah. So I won't say too much in the interest of time, but we'll agree with Supervisor Fowler that the presentations were really well, and so were the group discussions where we were able to talk with other people from other counties. And a lot of the issues are sort of universal across the country. There's unique, different flavors to, say, people in rural counties or people out west compared to the East or Midwest. But the things like housing affordability, dealing with mental health, dealing with criminal justice issues, those are sort of universal, and just about every county is dealing with them. So there was some solidarity there. There are also on one of the boards, a lot of new, younger members and Hennepin and Ramsey County that had a lot of really innovative ideas that I think as we process those, we can maybe learn from some of them, because sometimes the next generation has a chance to think differently, and some of those ideas that they brought forward, I think were helpful. And the larger presenters were also really good. They had a U.S. Senator from Minnesota and the Lieutenant Governor, and they both had really good talks. And I think I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Keith.
Appreciate it.
You know, I will add that one of the counties from New York created an app because they were trying to they're trying to do newsletters and doing social media and just trying to get the mental health resource out there to the children, to families, just the general public. And they didn't feel like it was getting out, so they created an app. And so the app is just people are now using the app to help themselves, to help their families, and outside partners that we work with, and they're using the app. It was a multi-agency effort to develop an app. So anyway, it's just being able to see something and bring it back, and being able to see how we might be able to work together. And they said, if you want to create an app, we're willing to help. So that's how counties across the country work, is we work together. So just, and at this meeting, that was really the whole thing, is partnership, and then creating relationship within the county with our residents, and creating that trust and being able to deliver services better. So thank you, Mr. Chair. And that's only what we are working on, the next year's taxes, where we have 2024. I want to thank Chair Vasquez he wants it in his district as well. So we're developing the program. We're looking for volunteers. Maybe the county employees will be willing to go through the training and become a tax preparer. We've been doing this for over 10 years. We are now, Heather and team from the IRS, the staff there that we work with directly, we're now talking about doing a Zoom meeting training for individuals how to inform people about the changes in the laws with the income tax, and also how to prepare for next year and things that then they need to know. So that'll be coming up, and we'll be announcing that here soon. We do have the Western Agency Council meeting that's coming up. We have we also have the broadband meeting that they schedule. We, as you all know, we facilitate broadband meeting within Arizona, Utah, and Colorado and Arizona, and we are looking at December 20th right now. We have these projects that are ongoing, which is the Trails Alliance. The Trails Alliance, we have 11 trails right now. And those 11 trails, we have a photographer that goes out and takes photos on, and then they measure the length of the trail, what the trail is and how difficult is it. All of that is being documented. And I got this idea from Kane County. When you go to Kane County, Canap, you'll go to a trailhead, and there's a little flyer in there. It tells you about the trail before you go on the trail. Do you need a permit? Can you go on your own? Is a dog allowed? Is it a horse? And it just has all the information. And we're taking that information and putting it on the website as well. So we have that's where we're working with the Parks and Recreation, Cynthia and team there, and developing the website through a consultant. So that's coming along really well. Now we're really looking at the next year in April, we're putting together a conference, an outdoor conference. And we're putting that together right now. Right now, just putting the team of people that will be organizing, helping to organize that, and that will be in Page. So that's what we're working on right now. And we continue to work with our other agencies on outdoor economics. So that's what we're focused on. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Are there any other comments from board members at this time? Yeah, I'm just curious, so that way we can close out and go into lunch. I think everybody's pretty much checked out, and so we will.
Except I have not, you have not
Oh,
called
that-
on district.
I'm so
I
used to
thought
going
that you were
first.
Kidding me.
I apologize. Please,
Well,
Supervisor
we
Horseman.
know who counts around here. Okay. And I will try to make it brief because I know we had a longer one last time, but I think it is important. And first of all, I want to thank Supervisor Fowler for your update on Minnesota. And I'm really looking forward to getting a copy of the survey. It really sounds great. And you're right, it does sound like very similar issues are facing us here in Coconino County. So I'm anxious to get that. One of the things I'd like to emphasize to this board is, and you may have seen it, and I'll ask to have copies of it sent to you if you haven't, but the governor's groundwater policy committee has done their work. And as of December 1, they did convey to the governor's office their report for changes for groundwater management to the 1980 groundwater law. Included in that, of course, is for the very first time rural groundwater management for areas, including Coconino County. 80% of Arizona lands are not covered by groundwater management under the 1980 law. And this is a request, and I understand the recommendation to the governor is to allow rural groundwater management to those 80% of the lands in Arizona that currently do not have that. As you know, I do sit on the groundwater working group made up of the 4 local, or I should say, northern Arizona counties, La Paz, Mojave, and Yavapai, and Coconino. And we did send a letter in support of the recommendations being made by the group. And we did get from Craig Sullivan an outline on, because he does sit on the groundwater policy council for the governor. And he did send us kind of an overview of that. And I am asking that gets sent out by staff to the board members. So you'll have copies of that. Obviously, that's really important. I know I've met with some of our ranchers in District 1 for their input, and I'm sure we'll continue to hear from others. But this is going forward. I think it'd be good for members of the board just to be familiar with what the recommendations that are being made, because obviously it affects all of us here in Coconino County. And sticking on that theme of public lands, and I do, as you know, sit on the elected representative for WIR and public lands. We continue our meetings. Primarily what we have been concentrating on is, again, water and groundwater management. And I know we're anxious to get a copy of the governor's report and also make further recommendation. Tomorrow, I'm excited because I will be sitting for the first time with the BLM RAC that I was appointed to, and looking forward to the first meeting and to organize meetings for the remainder of this year, and representing Coconino County on that important commission, and hopefully working with the group for the management plan for the Grand Canyon National Monument. I'll keep you, of course, informed on that. Also, in line with what Supervisor Fowler's been saying, absolutely mental health for our community and for our children in our community remains the #1 concern. I've been working with the Coconino Children, Youth, and Families on their big seminar coming up here, Reimagining Community, and really taking a look at the mental health issues here in Coconino County. And that's going to be scheduled sometime in October. I'll let you all know when the date's set, because I think that would also be very important for good attendance, not only by staff members, but by board members as that comes forward. And I, yesterday, took a great ride out to KEW there in Ash Fork, very rural part of District 1, and working with Public Works on their road concerns. They're in the process, Coconino County is in a process of really a 2-year program to do improvements on their AA Ranch Road, which is the county road and their main access road out in that area. And also met with a large member of the community. I think maybe everybody who lives in the community was there to talk about road issues and their access concerns. And, we're looking at another winter coming up, and this a very rural part of Coconino County does have road access issues. So we're continuing to work with the community and public works, on those issues. I'm sure they'll be ongoing here for a while. And I was able to be part of the Winter Wonderland. I appreciate our chair joining me here in Winter Wonderland in downtown, and welcoming Santa to downtown Flagstaff, and turning on the holiday lights. And this is usually the City of Flag, but they've extended a invitation to me as a District 1 supervisor, and also to extend it to our chair, and also my other board members, because it's right in the heart of downtown Flagstaff. So it was great to be there and great to see the community. It gets bigger and bigger every year, and see the kids excited about Santa coming to town. And then last but not least, I'm sorry to report on this, but also excited for her. Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance, made up of our Flagstaff downtown businesses, their executive director, Terry Medeska, who was, of course, instrumental in so many of the downtown events for the last 3 years. She is stepping down from the directorship position and retiring from that position. It looks like she'll be moving on to Mesa, which is very much our loss, but Mesa's benefit, and certainly appreciate all of the great work she has done for the Downtown Business Alliance, as well as to revitalize our downtown area and our downtown businesses for our communities. So Terry Medeska will be leaving us as of January 17th. And I know you all wish her well in her future endeavors. And hopefully we can send a little note out on behalf of the full board to thank her for all the great work she's done on behalf of Coconino County. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'm done.
Thank you, and I apologize for missing you earlier. It wasn't a joke. I honestly made that mistake because I'm so used to you going first and Supervisor Fowler going last. And so, but thank you for that report. Thank you all my colleagues for your roundtable. Unless we have anything to discuss this morning left on the agenda, we will be not adjourned, but in recess until 1:15. Thank you, everyone. Have a good lunchtime. Have your attention, please. Thank you. Um, I'd like to continue the meeting for today. Thank you everybody for coming back. Supervisor Ryan is on his way back and will be here later. But in order to respect everybody's time, we'll go ahead and get started. 1:15, the petition for the proposed Lockett Estates Domestic Water Improvement District has been withdrawn. So the public hearing that was scheduled for right now, 1:15, will not occur today. It was kept on the agenda because the hearing notice was already published in the newspaper and mailed out to property owners, including the proposed boundary. So again, the public hearing for today for the Lockett Estates Domestic Water Improvement District has been withdrawn. And so we will be moving on to the next item. All right, so now we have a presentation and discussion regarding an update on the progress so far with the short-term rental ordinance. Community Development Compliance Manager Mark Stento will present.
Thank you, sir. Effectively today, we have 315 registrations and about another 330, 335 in progress. We estimate, and the analytics firm we are attempting to contract with we estimate about 1,250 to 1,000 potential STRs out there. So we're about halfway there, maybe a little more in terms of our progress so far towards registration. We've revised and simplified our permitting process several times over the last couple of months based on community feedback. So we have a very simple, efficient permitting process now that consists of a variety of fields to fill out and basically one upload showing a photo of the property. We approve the vast majority of the registrations that come through. They're good. So we're averaging about 5 new permit applications daily. That's been picking up as we get closer to the deadline, of course, as people I think are starting to realize it's looming. So we're making some progress on the registration front. We have identified a third-party vendor, Decker Technologies, and their particular software Rentalscape, to assist us with identification and ultimately outreach and enforcement of the STR ordinance. Right now, we have a contract in play that's waiting on signatures on the county's end. Deckard has been highly responsive. They also serve the city of Scottsdale, as well as several other municipalities in the state. They provided a very competitive package, as well as competitive rates. So we're looking forward to getting that analytics package online that will allow us to identify short-term rentals in real time. We'll essentially have a Google Maps type map to simplify things, and the locations of those STRs on there, as well as detailed history on those STRs, including when they were rented, and overall activity levels, owner contact information, et cetera. So that'll be a very powerful tool for us that we will not have access to without that third party. So furthering on that a little bit, we will be able to identify addresses. We'll be able to identify owners. The nice thing about this analytics package is it will allow us to monitor all the websites out there, including Craigslist, for short-term rentals. As I found out through this process, there are many more sites than VRBO and Airbnb. I did not realize quite how many. And an analytics package like this will aggregate that data and present it to us in a single interface, which will allow us to more easily sift through all of that. It would be quite daunting for us to try and undertake this as individuals looking for each unit. We've seen success rates with the city of Scottsdale, or at least I should say, Deckard, and certainly it's in their best interest to do so, but has reported high success rates with both City of Tempe and City of Scottsdale, 90+% compliance rates, using their analytics package. They have an a la carte service package on top of that, that should we opt to use it down the road, we could consider outreach campaigns, et cetera. That's something we'll review at a later time. But it's certainly nice having that a la carte package available. They will automatically identify violations for us and send them to us. And we can potentially follow up on those then at that point. So from an enforcement standpoint, we have had relatively few case requests related to STRs. We had 2 large cases that were in progress over the last 6 months that I was heading up in the county. And those have since quieted down substantially. So the enforcement landscape at this time is fairly quiet. Our code enforcement officer specifically rated to STRs, that position remains open. We had 2 qualified applicants late in the summer who denied interview opportunities. And since then, we have not had any qualified applicants. That's staying open. We do have an administrative assistant position that will be assisting us with outreach. We anticipate with the analytics package, our staffing capacity to be sufficient for this point in terms of implementation. And do you have any questions for me? That is essentially the summary.
Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thank you. I appreciate the update on this, and I think it'd be really helpful for us to get some periodic updates on this. I mean, this is a rollout of a really important ordinance for this board since it came through us when we enacted it, and something that was very important for our community members. So we look forward to continuing updates. And one of the concerns I have gotten from folks, so I'm really glad to hear you've simplified the process, because that was a complaint I was getting, that it was unduly confusing and a lengthy process. So we want to make it as easy as possible for folks to be able to get this permitted and to follow our ordinance. So thank you for that. The other is, I'm pleased that there are 300 that have in fact been processed, but if we have 1,000, we're not quite batting 50% yet. And I guess getting this third party on board, it sounds like they will help you with outreach. But what else are you planning to do in terms of outreach on this?
Well, so we're planning on using our administrative assistant position once we have that analytics package in place, so we can determine where these STRs are and get some background on their operation. We can then potentially reach out on our own, send letters, et cetera. Now, that's probably going to be our primary outreach initially, is sending letters. Probably consist of a registration violation, essentially a notice of violation, providing them 13 days to register, or excuse me, 30 days to register.
If I may, Chair. You know, one of the things I was just, kind of thinking about is possibility of doing meetings with the HOAs, for example, for them to be able to get information out. And I know HOAs may or may not choose to be part of this, but I think it would be helpful. And then have you thought about the possibility? I know that trifold, which is great. And I think it's important when any of us in our districts are doing any events, make sure we have those trifolds with us and hopefully can hand those out to folks. But is it possible to look at advertisements? I know our local newspaper is now via the internet, or primarily, and then through mail. But it may be worthwhile getting something in there as well.
So the best response we've had in terms of outreach has been from the work Airbnb did for us, sending something out. So backing up a little bit to the HOAs, we have been in touch with several. Code enforcement, for better or worse, has regular contact with several of the HOAs in town. And we have put the word out there in that way. We haven't reached out to the other platforms like the RBO to see if they'd be willing to put it out there, saying there's a registration requirement now. And in the near future, that seemed like a substantially tangible benefit for a relatively little output on our end. So we do plan on reaching out to some of the major online marketplaces and see if they'll put a blast out there to all of their members.
If I may, Chair. You know, and Mark, first of all, I want to thank you. I mean, I think you're probably one of the most overworked people there is here in the county with enforcement. And I know we're trying to hire someone else and so far haven't gotten there. So for you to take on, you know, the rollout of this too, obviously I get it. So I want you to know I really appreciate all the work you're doing. Please don't misunderstand. It's just, you know, if we can somehow push this to get out more sooner, I guess is what I'm saying. I like the ideas. I like the third party coming on. That should be very helpful. I don't know if putting this up in the newspaper, maybe, you know, getting something on CAF radio, advertisement, something, or I don't know if they do this as a public interest announcement or something, just to get it out and to use more resources and more media resources to get it out. I'd be nice to see a little bit more of an emphasis on this in our county website. You know, try to blast it out from as many different media sources as we can to get the word out there.
Certainly, I understand. We also do have a robust informational page on the county's website with a step-by-step process, including a visual guide that we refer to people to on a regular basis as well. But I understand your point, and we'll certainly have a chat and look into those options. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Are there any other comments, questions or comments about the short-term rental ordinance? Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this before us as a board. And certainly, you know, I think the bottom line of this whole thing is that we have to do outreach, you know, whichever way, whatever means there are out there, that to get more people informed, you know, about this process. So I just want to say thank you, and then thank you for all the work that you're doing, you know, with the department, and, you know, as far as getting these ordinances, you know, through. So thank you so much.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, thank you so much. You know, I'm just wondering where I guess it's throughout the whole county, huh? These short-term rentals, and just finding them. I know that we have, I'm not sure if Greenhaven HOA is open to short-term rentals. I believe they are, but anyway, it's good that you're doing this, and I'm just wondering what can we do to help out?
Well, Supervisor Fowler, foremost regarding Greenhaven, we have permitted numerous STRs in there, so
That's what I thought.
hopefully they're on the up and up, at least insofar as our regulations are. They are. You know, to be quite frank, I think we're on track to achieve a substantive level of success with this. I think the analytics vendor is going to be an important component. I think once that's online, it will enable us to pursue a more targeted approach, not just including individual STRs, but communities. And we can focus our outreach at that point once we're able to clarify the landscape a little bit better. We have the staffing resources in place. I think we will be successful ultimately. It'll just take a few months to get there.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Horstman.
And we know they're waiting for our signature on that. Anything we can do to expedite that, let's do it. And then when is it becoming effective?
I understand. When is the analytics package becoming effective? Well, we're waiting on signatures on the county's end. So as soon as that contract is finalized, everything else is in place, and we made sure of that. So we should be ready to move.
Be effective immediately upon signing, or is it 30 days after signing, or is it sometimes this?
No, that's a fair question. It'll be effective on execution. Our data package based on my understanding, will probably take several weeks to arrive, or at least our initial data package.
So from the time of signature, we're probably talking about another month.
Realistically, that seems reasonable, yes.
Okay, well, hopefully we can get those signatures soon. So thank you.
Thank you. And that was also going to be my question, was just how long, once the signatures happen, that
Sure.
we would actually be able to implement this analytics package.
So to clarify further, we'll have access to that database immediately. That database will have to be populated. And as I was explaining earlier to some other folks, that the actual data that's parsed by the presumably AI the contractor uses has to go in front of human eyes. And that's where the bottleneck is. But we've asked for that to be delivered incrementally so we can start getting sent data as quickly as possible versus all at once.
And earlier, when you mentioned the amount of applications that are in process or progress, generally, how long do those applications take to finish?
Well, that's not a county delay. We're turning these applications around in less than 24 hours most of the time. In fact, almost all of the time. We're turning around very rapidly. Those are users who have initiated an application and have not completed it. What we see is, and I saw this 2 or 3 times just today, transaction privilege tax license issues with the state. The Arizona Department of Revenue is, what I'm hearing, fairly backed up. And a lot of folks are waiting to submit pending receiving a TPT license. So,
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Well, Vice Chair Begay? All right. We really appreciate the report and look forward to the follow-up presentation once we have things up online. Look forward to seeing the analytics package and how that impacts. It sounds to me like and we hope that these 335 in-progress applications actually get finished and aren't applications that get started and then forgotten about. It sounds like you should have about half your target identified, and then we have to create that campaign, that education campaign for the other half to get them recruited. And so I look forward to seeing how the communications team works with you to get that out to our county so that we can get that outreach we need so we can get as many STRs registered as possible. So thank you. Appreciate it.
thank you, Chair Vasquez.
All right, next. May I have a motion to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors?
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Horseman and a second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. We are now the Flood Control District. Thanks, guys. Oops. We now have a presentation on the Wildland Fire Mitigation and Management Commission, Flood District Administrator, Lucinda Andriani will present.
Yeah, there you go.
Great. Thanks, Lindsay. All right. Good afternoon, Chair and Board of Directors. Lucinda Andriani, Deputy County Manager and Flood Control District Administrator. I just wanted to take a few minutes this afternoon to share with you. As you're aware, I was really privileged and honored to serve on the Federal Wildland Fire Mitigation and Management Commission over this past year plus. And the commission did complete its work and submitted 148 recommendations to Congress at the end of September. And, it was probably one of the best well-managed processes that I've ever been involved with. And and people know that I take that very seriously. How do you manage these kinds of processes? And there were there were 50 formal members of the commission, as well as we had, subject matter experts that were very involved in as well. And to go through a process taking a little over a year and culminating that in that number of recommendations, and we all reached consensus. We had to reach consensus on each recommendation. And as we all know, the challenges of reaching consensus on anything with any number of people can be a challenge. And so it was a really, really well-managed process. We had 2 coordinators that I'll tell you, if we ever face a daunting challenge like something like this, I would recommend them to anyone that did a really great job of thinking through the process and managing that process. So I just wanted to share with you today kind of high level what some of the key recommendations are, really related more specifically to 2 counties. I did represent counties nationally, on the commission. I have done a presentation to the Public Land Steering Committee. And we're also going to be doing a session at the NACO legislative meeting in February. So you'll be hearing more about it through NACO and some of the other venues as well. And I really wanted to follow up too on what Supervisor or Director Fowler mentioned this morning, and that the whole area of post-fire got quite a bit of attention, particularly up front, and that motivated a group of high-level people within the federal government to put together what's called an interagency working group, which is kind of a formal process. And the Department of Interior, USDA, U.S. Department of Agriculture, and Department of Homeland Security secretaries are expected to sign an MOU formalizing this group by April. And then there's also now a task force that I'm sitting on. That intergovernmental working group will be federal representatives only. But there will also be a task force there is a task force being formed too, that for others of us that have been very engaged in this part of the wildfire dynamic post-fire, that will serve in an advisory role to the IWG. So it's good to see some things getting in place. And the issue that you brought up about the reimbursement is one of the key recommendations, and also about not having, particularly for counties and jurisdictions that have very limited resources, having to getting resources out to them early so that they can be supported with addressing wildfire impacts, is our recommendations from the commission. So just a couple of quotes here, that the wildfire crisis, as you know, it's escalating, and we can continue to see that. I think one of the key things that happened in the last year was the smoke that went into New York City and Washington, D.C. last summer from the fires in Canada. That probably had a lot of impact. That had a lot of impact. And we heard a lot about that, interestingly, when we were back, when we released the report and we did meetings with congressional staff and members. But the reality that this is beginning to happen on the East Coast and in other areas beyond the Western United States is a key issue. Obviously, the fire in Lahaina on Maui was significant as well, and recognizing that grassland and shrub fires are also a major issue. So I'm not going to go through a lot of detail here, but the commission report was broken down into a set of chapters that looked at the different elements of, I'll say, the wildfire cycle, everything from prevention through suppression, through recovery. The workforce needed, a lot of focus on workforce, not only workforce for suppressing fires, but workforce for addressing the mitigation that's desperately needed. And really looking at a more of a government's model for future managing, because particularly for organizations like FEMA, they've never really ever adapted their system to wildfire. It's been very focused on hurricane and tornadoes. That's kind of what FEMA was built to respond to. And wildfires have ended up playing out to be quite different challenges. Some of the recommendations are very more in tactical nature. And then some are more, they call it directional or tactical. And then some are a transformational nature. There's a lot of focus as well on technology, use of new technologies. And in fact, Senator Kelly's taken that up pretty seriously. He's got a lot of interest in that arena. So it's a really interesting blend of it's kind of that whole cycle, as well as things from some really basic boots on the grounds recommendations to things that are very policy oriented. And so, as I mentioned, 50 members, a very diverse group, a lot of different backgrounds. A lot of time was spent on the public health ramifications of fire. There's a lot of studies coming out of California when they had big fire year. I think it was in 20 and 21, big fire years. They've done a lot of post-fire research looking at health impacts, and it's pretty startling, the increase that they've identified related to the smoke impacts for cardiac, pulmonary, a number of impacts. So quite a bit of discussion about that. A lot of discussion on prescribed, what we ultimately ended up calling beneficial fire, which is not only prescribed fire, but managed fire when a fire starts naturally, but then they manage it for resource benefits. We all know that language here. We're living with it every day. But this beneficial fire discussion and escalating the degree of increasing significantly the degree of cultural burning, bringing back, supporting the tribes with doing cultural burn, a lot of focus on that. When I was in DC, I met with, you'll remember Nick Matea, who's now over at Indian Affairs, on the Senate Indian Affairs. He is looking at the report because there are a number of recommendations relative to tribal, empowering tribes to be able to go do cultural burning and other practices that go back many thousands of years. So ambitious undertaking, again, 148 consensus recommendations. The report itself is 340 pages. It's comprehensive, but I wouldn't say exhaustive. I think there were some things that we did really get into deeply, but it was still a major undertaking to look at the whole issue. And one of the key messages we're sharing is that we really try to encourage people to consider the report more in its entirety versus just singling in on a single recommendations. But that said, I think that's a natural practice that people are going to take because they have particular interests, right? So I'm not going to walk through these individually, but that some that are obviously important recommendations to what we're doing here. And I will say it once again confirmed for me that Coconino County we are in a very strong leadership role. The chair mentioned this, having had conversations with others through NACO and NALEO and other organizations, that when I look at what we're doing here, we really are on the forefront, particularly in the forest restoration arena. So there's a set of recommendations that really advocate for and ask for continued investment in fuels reduction. You know, there were significant through BIL, IIJA, IRA investments made, but continuing that significant investment. Another element that's very important to us because we've struggled so much with industry issues here is continuing to invest in wood processing facilities and particularly biomass and biofuel utilization. That's our issue. The cost to deal with the biomass is so significant here. We have so much dead and down and wood product that has no value. So we need to try to continue to try to find value chains. Land management, I brought this up because, you know, in terms of how the Forest Service measures its success with forest restoration, it's just an acres game. How many acres did they get done? And they're not looking at values at risk and that whole measurement system and those metrics. And so there was a lot of advocacy for looking at values at risk downstream, values at risk, you know, impacts to communities, that type of thing. I think there's a real desire to shift the focus, a lot of focus on local participation in pre-fire planning. And, you know, I think we've had some level of interaction here with the Forest Service, but I think there is a real opportunity for us to change that here as well, to have more involvement in looking at, you know, not only restoration, but also prescribed fire and other activities and being more engaged in those discussions and supporting the entities that do respond to fires here, and not just the Forest Service, but the districts and fire districts, fire departments. As I mentioned, there was a lot of discussion about smoke and the health impacts of smoke and the basic concern that will people continue to support prescribed fire and manage fire even with smoke impacts, and what do we need to do to begin to really address the smoke impacts. And so there are a number of recommendations that really point to local public health organizations and providing equipment and funding and strategies for them to address, particularly to support people who have asthma or other respiratory issues that could be really aggravated by smoke. And that's a real issue. That issue is a real issue. Now, I'll say in Flagstaff and much of our areas, people burn a lot of firewood. And that is a big issue as well. As much, you know, and I'll tell you, when I built a house in 1985 in California, and it had to have the fireplace had to have a catalytic converter at that time. And I've always thought, as I look down the hill, as I come in and I look across the east side, sunny side, and there's that blanket of smoke, and I know what the rate of asthma is. You were at Killip, I bet you saw a lot of impacts to children. Like we have an issue here that we have to deal with. And so that was something in the discussion as well. Obviously, I served on the post-wildfire work group. I was the co-chair with the state emergency manager for the state of Nevada, who happens to be Sean Puyoma's brother-in-law, which is really interesting. Served on that work group that put together the post-wildfire recommendations, and really about this, create the organization and a financial structure. There's so much disconnect, and you all know that because you've all lived through that to some extent. There's so much disconnection between federal agencies, the state, the local, tribal, and that there really needs to be a look at how does particularly the federal government become better organized around post-wildfire response and recovery. And that historically there's been almost entire level of focus has been on suppression. Then now we're starting to see some level of investment in restoration, fortunately. But there also has to be a recognition of funding relative to post-fire, as Supervisor Fowler mentioned earlier, and assisting communities to deal with post-fire. Another key element, we had a couple of members that were with fire districts, Denver Water in particular, was represented on the commission. And I think we don't have surface water beyond the Colorado River in our county. Oak Creek, we have a few sources of surface water, but the impacts to surface water and watersheds. And I will say, as a result of that, aquifers is an important element. And I think one that we need to talk about more, that we need to talk about the relationship between forest restoration and keeping our forests healthy to healthy watersheds. So various recommendations about rehabilitation of watersheds and maintaining watersheds. Something interesting on the county front is there was a whole work group that focused on community wildfire risk, and a lot of discussion about building materials and moving to, and I probably should have had Jay stay for this, but moving to stronger fire codes across the country. And there was an initiative back in, I want to say, the 50s, 60s, where there were, frankly, a large number of both fire personnel and the public dying from structural fires in this country. And there was a whole initiative similar to this with wildfire, where they looked at building materials and they upped the standards. And so there's going to be a whole effort underway to really look at building standards. And obviously that will come down to us, right? Code enforcement and adopting new standards. And they know there's the code of the West, and there is going to be a lot of challenges with that. But that is something they're looking at, the 1977 National Earthquake Standards Reduction Act, to try to see, is that a model that could be used? But that's something that could affect counties in our county. And as I mentioned, a lot of focus on the wildland fire workforce. And again, not just suppression, but also mitigation. And the way that system isn't working anymore. And if we know people personally who are either trying to get into the system or are in the system, it isn't working very well anymore for people or for the agencies. So a lot of discussion about that. Not only compensation, but also benefits, health option, health insurance coverage, health hazards, mental health hazard issues, a lot of discussion around workforce. So, and then kind of identified a few recommendations that are, I think, more specific to some of the things that we've experienced, or that again are important to counties. One, again, that coupled with that building codes and improving building codes relative to wildfires, creating incentives for better land use management. So frankly, less development in the WUI, in the wildland urban interface. And so, and again, that'll be pretty controversial. We know that that's going to be a challenging situation. One that I advocated for was recommendation 64, which is how we experience multiple flood events, multiple post-wildfire flood events, and they're all considered individual events in the eyes of FEMA, and we never reach the statutory threshold. And that occurs in some other dynamics as well. And that goes back to how FEMA looks at disasters, which is through the eyes of single short occurrence, like a hurricane or a tornado, something like that. So, and then advocating for dedicated ongoing funding for the NRCS Emergency Watershed Protection Program, because that is the go-to funding source for that people are using. And rather than having to run to Congress every single time there's a wildfire, we need a standing fund. So there are a number of other recommendations that are certainly of value and will resonate with us here. But I think that hits a lot of the kind of the key ones that I think are important to know, for us to know that are there and for us to continue to advocate for. And when we go back in February, I think that we will roll this into how do we advocate for the things that we know are important for Coconino County. And I want to point out that we've tended to have a real focus on forested areas rather than grassland and shrubland. And when you look at the number of deaths and the number of homes destroyed, actually far more have been destroyed now by grassland and shrub area fires than actually even forest fires. And I think when we think about our tribal areas and other areas in the county that are at risk for that, that is a big risk that we need to address as well. So with that, I want to thank you and thank the county's support for supporting me with being involved with the commission. It was a great opportunity to contribute a lot of what we've learned to that effort. And, we're continuing to work to advocate for congressional action on these recommendations. There's a lot of processes going on relative to that. The commission is still seated until the end of March, and there's some discussion about having it maybe move to either a longer term role. So we'll see what happens there. But again, I really appreciate the county's support. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that report. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
And we'll go ahead and do we have any questions at this time from board members? Vice Chair Begay.
Yes, thank you, Lucinda, for being part of this commission. I think it's very important to get everybody's view, together and then go
Mhm.
from there and see and make our own, as far as the highlights that you gave us and put more stuff in there to, make it workable for our county. So I'm glad that, this is happening, and I think we need to continue to add on to it. And, like I said, we'll have our own report with our website, in our website too. So thank you so much for being part of that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, and I certainly echo Supervisor Begay's comments. We certainly appreciate all the work you did on this, and it was, I think, a wonderful shout out to Coconino County, quite frankly, that you were selected as county representative from across the country, representing counties for wildfires. So, and I think that talks and speaks highly of the work you've done for Coconino County and on behalf of so many, even New Mexico and others that you've used your expertise and provided assistance on. So thank you for that. I do have a question, and that is, this is great. You got 148 recommendations. They're there. What's the follow-up? I mean, and what is your role going to be in terms of advocating to get this past the finish line? So as you know, after it was submitted, we did a trip to DC. The commission met, and we met with the Wildfire Caucus. We met with the Arizona delegation. And so those conversations, are advancing in terms of what is being looked at for legislation. I've been working, obviously, for me, most closely with Paul Babbitt Jr., who is Natural Resources staff person for Senator Kelly, and then also Chris Phelan, who is in a similar role for Senator Sinema. And they are both looking at packages of legislation. Senator Kelly's also looking at a package to do in concert with Senator Romney. They actually issued a joint press release when the commission report was submitted. And then there are a number of congressional members out of primarily California and Colorado who are putting together legislative packages. And then Senator Bennett in Colorado has had a number of pieces of legislation. So the commission has actually formed a governmental relations working group to try to better organize the collective action. I'll say we've got two groups. We've got a partnership group and we've got an advocacy or got what we're calling government relations. Two groups that are actually working together now to look at how do we support advocacy to get some of the recommendations approved at congressional level. So there's a lot of discussion going on. A lot of it right now is really working with the staff of congressional members to try to get pencil to paper, right, and get legislation drafted. Yeah, I mean, I think there's been some pieces that are there, like Bennett had some set of pieces. My understanding is that the compensation bill that extended the pay that did get approved as part of the CR. And so there's, it's, we all know that the process of creating legislation is takes some time, right? So, but I think the right kind of conversations are going on. So, but it's a challenging Congress right now. It's a challenging Congress. And I think the beautiful thing about this issue is that it is a bipartisan issue. And when we met with the Wildfire Caucus, which is a bipartisan caucus within, well, it's both Senate and House, primarily House, started by the House. It's co-chaired by a Republican and a Democrat. And when the Republican led it off, he made a very strong statement about this is a bipartisan issue. And we need to take this above the partisan discussion to get something done. And I was really pleased to see that. And when I had my opportunity to introduce myself and comment, I was positive, I acknowledged that he did that and how important that is for us to remember that. This affects a lot of different people, irrespective of their party affiliation.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Are there any other comments? And before we move on, I'd just like to recognize that Supervisor Matt Ryan is here in the house. And so he is blessing us with his presence. With that said, are there any other questions or comments? Supervisor Fowler?
Yes, thank you, Lucinda. And it's just been, these natural disasters are just a roller coaster. I mean, it's just happening more and more. And it's something that the counties are, a county countrywide is now really starting to talk about change in our climate and the impact to our citizens and infrastructure. A lot of infrastructure that is impacted. So this kind of work from our county being in the forefront is very important. And so I'm just wondering who you are, who are you grooming into your position when because we're all at some point, there's going to be a transition. I just want to make sure, because this is really important work, the institutional knowledge that you have, that you are gaining from a local all the way to the national level, and your recognition in that capacity is really important and very important to the county and our residents. So I'm just wondering how are we transitioning at the county level and being able to really make sure that we stay at the forefront of this, because our county is really recognized for this work.
Well, I think at a couple different levels. I think, the flood control district team is definitely, I think there's a lot of recognition that the lessons that we have learned both prior and now have to get captured, and just the practical pieces that we've learned over the years are so critical, right? To be able to respond quickly, respond effectively. How do you manage that in all the dynamics, right? So I think there's that piece. The other piece is this task force that's being formed. And one of the things that this task force is at least we've verbally discussed to this point, is actually doing some real process mapping and really capturing those processes so that the next community that's affected by wildfire, they aren't having to start from ground zero and figure out, now what do we do, right? And that's what's happening right now. Even though there have been kind of some disparate groups out there over the years, that's still happening. And I think there's a number of us that say that that's unacceptable. Like, we need to have a system of information that's accessible and support. There's a whole development of a community navigators program that's going on now through a nonprofit in Colorado. You notice I'm saying Colorado's in the forefront of a lot of this. But a lot of that's being funded through, USDA and a lot of the money that came down from BIL and so forth. So I think there's some good things. Elaine Corman, you'll remember Elaine served as Deputy Regional Forester in Albuquerque. She now is the post-fire lead for the U.S. Forest Service at the federal level. And so I'm working really closely with her. She really wants to, map out these processes, and she's very aware that we've developed some very good processes working with the Forest Service. And so I think capturing those and getting them down on paper, literally, right? And in ways that we can make them accessible, and record those for use in the future and improve them over time, right? Hopefully others will improve them. So I think there's a number of things that we need to be doing relative to that. So good question.
Thank you. Any other questions from board members? Then I'll ask my question. Really important information. Thank you for the presentation. And one of the things that caught my eye was the discussion about the building codes and the costs.
Yes.
Can you expand a little bit about that? And if they did up those codes, what kind of increase in building costs are we looking at potentially?
Well, we never got into that. I was not in that work group, so I wasn't really party to a lot of the more, I'll say, detail. But one of the dynamics that's at play here is that we're also losing, in a lot of forested areas, we're losing access to fire insurance. Either it's not available, they cap it. And that's true here now. A lot of the areas, the level of fire insurance that you can purchase is capped, and based on a risk assessment that the insurance company, we did have an insurance representative on the commission. I think that's one area that was a bit of a struggle. It's a struggle because insurance is regulated at the state level, not really at the federal level. So, so when you start thinking about what can you do proactively to reduce the risk, which then affects insurance rates, that this is when looking at building materials and, and certainly we have, things like defensible space and those kinds of issues as well. So, and getting a stronger regulatory. So I can't give you a defined, like it'll cost 20% more, 30%. My expectation, they heard loud and clear that if you're going to get particularly communities out in the West who very much believe in private property rights, to do anything, you're going to have to create some kind of incentive, or you're going to have to tie it to some incentives. So to me, we need to be working like with the insurance companies to say, okay, if we were to institute a regulation that would reduce the risk by, I'm making up numbers here, 25%, can we get some kind of reasonable reduction in like what then incentivizes you as a homeowner to make that investment? I mean, if your insurance is capped, why do it? Well, let it burn down. I'll just rebuild, right? I mean, so we have to look at, it's a broader issue, right? But I do think, I mean, we've seen that the type of materials do matter. We saw it out in Tunnel to some extent, right? And then there are situations that defy the odds, and your house is probably going to burn down irrespective of what you do, maybe in some cases too. But there are a lot of communities now that have gone to, you either have to have a metal roof or you have to have a tile roof, you know. So yeah, I think we'll see more on that front. I don't think it'll happen overnight, but I think we'll see more on that front.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that. And also appreciate you bringing up the insurance issue, because I know several of our community members after tunnel fire struggled with health, fire insurance. So
Yeah, absolutely. And most people were underinsured is what we know. If a couple, well, I think one didn't have insurance, but most people did have insurance, but they were underinsured. And part of that was the escalation in home values over the time and everything. So, but we are seeing some rebuilding out there. That's something I want to get updated figures from Jay on, is looking at where there's a lot more construction going on out there now. So I'm glad to see that.
great, thank
Yeah.
you. My second question is kind of a two-part question, and that's, how are we educating the public about these recommendations? And two, what can we as the Board of Supervisors do to help educate the community about these recommendations?
Well, I think as we take this in, as you know, we're going to be initiating a conversation with the board starting on December 19th, which we've really framed as the wildfire crisis in our county. And so as we frame that discussion, I think the recommendations will surface in that, because obviously one of the key roles that you have is education and another is advocacy, right? So I think it's going to come out in that process. But we did do a series of communication with the media. And then when we were back in DC, Senator Kelly's office prompted a series of communications with the media as well. In fact, we did an interview specifically with the Daily Sun, and which he set up. I mean, his staff set up, which I really appreciated, you know, and he did that with some other areas as well to make sure that this is getting some level of attention. And the Daily Sun did do a good job covering it, which so I appreciated that. So, but is there more education to do? Absolutely. Right. Absolutely.
Great, thank you. And as moving forward, and as we as Board of Supervisors can help support that public education campaign, please let us know.
Yeah,
Look forward to working.
absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All
And
right. Thank you so much.
all right, thank you. Can I get a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
We have a motion by Supervisor Horseman. Do we have a second? Second by Vice Chair Begay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Before we move on to our next item on the agenda, I just wanted to see if Supervisor Ryan had anything that he wanted to contribute with Roundtable, because we did all 4 districts except District 3. And so I just wanted to give my colleague the opportunity to do Roundtable, should he choose.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And, you know, I won't take center stage and admit that we're the most beautiful district, District 3. But we are the Keystone District. I just want to make that point there. Yes. Yeah, yeah. And we're about, you know, play a Paul Babbitt, and we're about ready to designate our district bird. We might unfold that pretty soon, so I'll let you know that. But I do want to note, you know, just acknowledging I came back from taking the time to join Federal Highways, ADOT, Game and Fish, multi nonprofit game and non-game organizations that all work together to work on the safety features on I-17. We actually, years ago, were able to get an area between Woods Canyon and Munns Park fenced. and it reduced the incident rate of accidents on I-17 by 98% with the implementation of that. So now this is a $22 million grant that'll bring in 2 overpasses for wildlife, one just south of Kachina and one just north of Munns Park, as well as fencing to direct the animals either below the highway or above the highway. And just noting, I think we had some stats that Jeff Gagnon with Game and Fish had presented, that there was a period for 25 years where the antelope pronghorn were not crossing between the east side and west side of the highway. We found from northern states that they cross over overpasses, but they won't go under underpasses. And so that's a big piece associated with that. So it's a connectivity route between the valley and our communities. It's a big economic link for recreation for our communities. And no matter what, we want safety, but also that connection of the gene pool of these true wildland wildlife corridors that are out there. So it was really a neat celebration. They acknowledged Coconino County, and we've always had a cooperative relationship. We've shared that position or included in our planning with Game and Fish over the years. And so it's been a great partnership, and to see this money coming forward. We acknowledge the 2 senators for the infrastructure bill that helped pay for this. And so that's what I'm coming back for or from. So excuse my absence, but it was on behalf of all the great work of many people coming together, which it usually takes. The other piece is I want to congratulate the board on your appointment. I think you made a wise decision appointing, well, you're not appointing until next month, but you're finalist for the position to replace me on the board. Adam Hess, I've met him. He's a very good individual that I've seen, military experience and all. But he had to prove up on his own whether he would be an appropriate candidate. You had a very good pool to select from, and we want to compliment just the courage it takes to come and interview and put in for a position like this. For all the other candidates, compliments out to them. I'm glad the board's looking out for the county as a whole and District 3 for your considerations. And so that was really good. So as far as my district's concerned, you're just going to have to wait until next meeting for me to give you a more, a broader kind of the list of things that we've been doing out there. It's great to be back. Thank you all.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Appreciate any roundtable you want to share with us and getting our wisdom from you, pulling out that institutional knowledge. So next up, we will have a discussion and review updates on staff recommendation related to the status and possible repurposing of the Frontier property at Rogers Lake County Natural Area. So I'll call up Ms. Cynthia Nemeth, please.
Thank you.
Chair, members of the board, it's great to be here this afternoon to talk about the Frontier property, not an unfamiliar topic for all of you. But first, I'd like to acknowledge that we have Commissioner Brian Blue here representing District 3. Also, Assistant Director Liz Krug is here with us, and Operations and Maintenance Manager Rob Morrison with the department. So thank you all for being here. All right. Let's see if I get this. No. There we go. So why are we here today? I want to provide a bit of a background on the Frontier property, mostly as a refresher. I want to talk about why are we here today? We did come to the board back in February. We're coming back now. So we'll talk about precisely what has brought this topic back to the Board of Supervisors. And we want to talk about staff recommendations and some visioning boards for the Frontieri property. And I want to preface this by saying, like, this is because we have recent developments that have come about. We were going down the track of the board's preferred recommendation last time, which was to issue a letter of interest, RFP, that sort of thing. But there have been some developments which we decided to take a pause, come back to you, talk about this, take a deeper dive in this concept of repurposing Frontieri, give in light of what we now know in new developments. So, and then obviously we wanted a conversation with the board, discussion, direction if it's anything different than what the previous direction was. So just as an orientation, where Fort Tuthill is in relationship to the Frontieri property. It's down a long road, Woody Mountain Road, if you're familiar with it, past the Arboretum, basically 10 miles south of Flagstaff off of old Route 66. But as a crow's fly, you could see where that is. Now, the Frontieri property is part of the Rogers Lake Natural Area. And here we've outlined the entirety of the Rogers Lake Natural Area. And then you can see the section that we call separately the Frontieri property. And here's some pictures because, pictures speak volume. Some of the best views that you'll find of the San Francisco peaks, at least in our opinion. And so a few other bits of information about the Frontieri property, because I recognize that not all of you have had the opportunity to go out there. It offers some of the most excellent views of the peaks as you saw in those pictures. And of course, those pictures are, do not quite tell the whole story, but it's just spectacular out there for those of you who have been. It borders the ephemeral Rogers Lake, and that is a county natural area, it has that designation. It has two buildings on it. One is 16,000 square feet, another is 4,000 square feet thereabouts. It has 100,000 gallon water tank that has to be filled up. That's the source of water. Septic is what is out there. And it's not accessible to the public. We keep it locked to protect the buildings that are out there and the infrastructure that's there. Some of the nearby amenities include the natural area that I spoke about. There are managed trails. The Gold Diggers Trail 2-spot is out there that the county constructed. Trailheads, we have interpretive signs. And we also have a designated Arizona watchable wildlife experience area there. And then if you can imagine along that Woody Mountain alignment, that's, a growth corridor for the city of Flagstaff, right? We're already seeing development come down that road. So if we think well into the future, we might imagine additional development taking place down that Woody Mountain corridor. To provide a little background, the 240-acre Frontieri property was donated to the county. It was donated by the late Georgia Frontieri. She was owner of the LA Rams, and that was part of her estate, and her estate donated it to the county after her passing. We had an obligation to use it for 5 years as an outdoor education, environmental education area, which we did. And then after that, there were no further restrictions placed on the property by the family or the donation. We had NAU was out there for a while, performing an artist in residency program. That agreement was not ever renewed, so it went by the wayside. In 2018, we engaged in a partnership with Camp Navajo and used the Army's compatible use buffer program and put that property in conservation. The Army bought the development rights for the Frontieri property. In between that and the county, actually, the department actually going out and activating the property, we had 2 rounds of requests for proposals. The first one did not yield in a venture that we thought was adequate. It was heavy equestrian use, heavy traffic. Another round brought in some more appropriate types of activities. There was a group that wanted to operate it as a wedding venue, and they were prepared to do some improvements, but that agreement never was firmed up. That contract was never firmed up because there was issues with the expectation of them managing the property versus the county managing the property. And so therefore, that contract was never, ever signed. After that round of RFPs, the department began renting it, and rather frequently for weddings especially. There's maybe a reunion or two out there. The county held meetings there. But as a result of that, it came to light through community development and the state fire marshal that we were operating the facility in a commercial way, right? We were renting it. And it was built for residential. And so that caused us to take a pause. We had a contractor come out to take a look at it to tell us, like, what would it take to bring this up to a commercial code to continue to be able to operate it, whether it be us or whether it would be a public-private partner who would operate it as some sort of a business opportunity. What we learned from that experience is that the contractor wanted $60,000 in order to do that full assessment, because it was a rather large scope of work to really get in there and do the work of determining what all would need to happen in order to bring it to code, commercial code. They told us, and they weren't the only ones. We also heard anecdotally, however, I mean, we do not have a firm estimate on what that could be, but we did hear that it could be well north of $1 million to bring it to code. And I'll touch on just a few things of what that looks like. Yes, sir.
Just a quick clarification. So it was $60,000 for the analysis and an additional $100,000 for the actual improvements, or is the $100,000 include the analysis in it?
It was $60,000 just to do the analysis, and then a very rough estimate. I mean, no one has actually gone in there to do it, but a very rough estimate has been, it could be north of $1 million to bring everything up to code. Okay. Does that answer the question?
It does. Thank you. Are there any other questions? Thank you.
Let's see here. And so, yeah, we've had discussions also with CD, as I mentioned. We've had discussions with our own facilities department. And in between that time, after the contractor came out there, I've also had conversations with Mr. Miller, who's a family member of the ranch across the lake on the north shore of the lake. And he's got a lot of ideas, but nothing's ever really firmed up. When we presented this $60,000 to understand what the cost was, he's kind of backed off a little bit. And yeah, not really heard much from him since then. So let's see here. Additional background is now kind of more recent background is that we came to the board in February of this year. So it's been a while, and we presented 5 options. And if you recall, those options were we could rent the facility, the buildings as a private residence, and therefore then we wouldn't have to bring it to commercial code, but we would be in the position of landowner or landlords. The other one, which is the one that the board sent us off with, was a direction that we received from the board, was to pursue a public-private partner who would be willing to invest in those improvements. And that one is obviously still on the table. Any of these are frankly on the table. The other option was to sell the building envelope. So we are talking about 240 acres, but there is 40 acres that are considered within a building envelope. So those that could be sold, and it would still remain in conservation. The other option was to go ahead and spend the $60,000. Spend it. Let's understand what it really would cost us to bring it to code, to commercial code. And then the fifth option, which was the staff's recommendation at the time, was to repurpose the area as an outdoor recreation area and open it up for public access and enjoyment. And while we will be spending time today taking a deeper dive on this last option, just, you know, be clear that any of these are still on the table, as well as the direction that we were given back in February. But again, like I said, we were headed in that direction, but we decided to take a pause. Some of the improvements, this is not the long list I shared with you in February, but some of the improvements, just so that you can get a flavor of the magnitude that was brought to our attention, is we would need to repair and activate the fire suppression system that's there to both buildings, and add visual fire alarms, meaning like lights. If the alarm went off, people would have to be able to see them. There needs to be inspection and potential upgrade to the structural load-bearing capacity of the upstairs second floor. And I'll also add to the balconies. And here's one that we've already been told that would be rather costly, is installing an ADA compliant elevator lift. Right now there is one, but it's not ADA compliant. So that would have to be restructured and replaced with something that would be ADA compliant. And then also an assessment and potential enlargement of the septic system that is the sewer system for the property. So why are we here? This past winter, as we all recall, right? Heavy snow. And with most winters, we are not able to get to Frontieri until the roads are open, the snow clears away. Well, when we finally were able to get out there in April of this year, we found additional damages to the building, exterior of the building, which then caused damage to the interior of the building, and also created a mold situation for us. So, you know, this just became a daunting reminder for us that that we don't know what to expect when we show up in the winter or after a winter, and to a lesser or greater degree, we're going to be dealing with costly or some cost to repairs and upkeep throughout the life of these buildings. One thing that's been brought to my attention is that the construction methods for those buildings are not necessarily the most suitable for this region's climate. Again, you know, we feel that there's a potential to utilize this property in a different way, a way that is maybe or potentially more sustainable, that carries less of a maintenance burden to the county and a less expense at a less expense to the county. That this alternative involves, as you've heard before, removing the buildings and developing a publicly accessible passive recreation area that could feature things such as trails, ramadas, trailhead, interpretive signs, and potentially even a campground. So again, back to why we're here. This is what you see in this image. This is where the chimney was. This is where the chimney is now. And again, just to kind of highlight the construction methods, you can see here that, I mean, it was not a stone chimney as you might expect in this region that is constructed fully of stone. There's wood. You could see the wood there that is deteriorating. So it just gives you an example of the construction methods for the Frontieri property. Let's see. This here now, well, oh, this is, yeah, the interior. So obviously, you know, moisture got through the hole of where the chimney was and buckled the wooden floors. And now, as I mentioned, there's mold. While this is not damage that was sustained this year, but I show this picture to show you that the construction methods are stucco. And while they're fine on the wall on a vertical surface, when we're talking about horizontal surfaces that aren't covered, so there is no overhang over this staircase, for example, the stucco doesn't hold up well. You see that on the banister of the staircase. It's happening on the balconies as well. The balconies are of concern on the main building because there is no overhang over the balconies either. And so they're taking on moisture, snow, as well as snow loads. I'm here, not as a dire of a situation, but you see that there is no overhang. And so we can see where moisture is getting into some of the exterior walls, yeah. So back to what we had recommended, or what we want to spend taking a little deeper dive on today, is repurposing, the idea of potentially repurposing this property. And on the upside, some of the benefits of that is that it would, we would have greater public access by trails and driving in, and people able to use ramadas that we envision there. We also, think that there's really great connectivity between, well, we know that there would be great connectivity between Fort Tuthill through the Rogers Trail, Gold Diggers, onto Rogers Lake. And there is a desire for a larger trail system, loop trail system, where Fort Tuthill is utilized as a hub. Also, it's an excellent location for an outdoor classroom and environmental education. Not having buildings there and maybe larger events, keeping it more passive improves the habitat and doesn't defragment wildlife corridors that we know exist in that area. There is an opportunity to maybe salvage, if we were to remove the buildings, to salvage some of the materials that are in there. Some of it we could even, as a department, utilize. And also developing areas as parks and open spaces. There's a greater appeal to grant funding agencies. So we would be able to leverage dollars against grants. And then, of course, the less maintenance obligation, less worry of what we're going to find every year, and less cost to the county overall. However, on the downside is that there is cost to removing the buildings. There will be a cost to developing any sort of recreation amenity out there. And, unlike, say, Fort Tuthill and all of our other parks, it would still only be accessible because of that road closure. I mean, you could access it by trail if you were ambitious cross-country skier. It would only be accessible mid-spring to mid-fall, late fall. Let's see here. And so if we just want to kind of touch on what it could be, just visualizing the potential. You see, I don't know if this has does this have a thingamajiggy? Can you see? Well, anyway, I'm not able to. The doohickey machine, the highlighter here. Anyway, so what this conceptual plan illustrates is where the trails are now. That would be to my right of this image. To the left and more solid lines are imagined trails. So this kind of gives you the idea or the visualization, the visioning of an expanded trail system. If we focus in on the property itself, we can imagine some watchable wildlife areas. We can imagine some picnic areas, small picnic areas with a little picnic table underneath. We also would like to imagine, a larger ramada or event space, because we do know that people people really sought the place out for weddings. And then a campground. We've actually had a conversation with someone who's approached us about a campground, a camping experience. We started talking about Frontieri, and it really piqued their curiosity. And they actually might even be on the call today.
Supervisor Horstman.
So, and that is very intriguing because that's a great place for camping. I will tell you that. So when you're saying you talked to someone, was that a third party commercial kind of somebody that would be willing to come in and possibly take a look at that and build out a campground in that area? Is that what you're?
Yeah, I can tell you how the conversation went. So they called me and said, you know, we know that you have a lot of festivals at Fort Tuthill. And what we offer is festival camping. You know, where we have the kind of like yurts, and very high end. They provide kitchen area for meal preps. They provided restroom facilities, shower facilities, and their market right now is festivals. And so, you know, I said, well, you can talk to our campground operator. That might be something that they're interested in. There might be a partnership for you there. But there's also a potential of, you know, I've always imagined, you know, like you said, camping would be beautiful out there, right? It would be a fantastic camping experience. So our conversation then turned to the Frontieri property, and that really piqued their interest. And that's pretty much where we left it. They wanted to know, they were interested in receiving the letter of request for letter of interest, which we were ready to send out, but then we took a pause because we wanted to get this information in front of you first. So anyway, that's where that's. All right. And so just, you know, visioning again, you know, there's trails, you know, opportunity for large ramadas, smaller picnic areas for people who are dropping in. And, you know, also a really cool concept that I found online, you know, a larger ramada with seating area that could be for classrooms, it could be for events, you know, gathering space next door. Here's ideas, you know, for glamping, camping, or both. You know, pit toilets, we would imagine seeing something like that there. Outdoor programming, we would expect to see that. We would anticipate seeing weddings and other private events because the location is what it is, and it's so inviting. Wildlife viewing, and these are photos of the area with deer and fowl, and then just the sheer enjoyment of nature. You know, allowing the public access to this beautiful, beautiful space. So what would it take to get us there? You might be asking that question. And it would involve removing the structures and removing the liability of those buildings and the potential costs of those, well, the assured cost of those buildings in the future. There would be opportunity maybe to sell some of the materials, recycle some of the materials. We could even potentially work with an agency, a fire agency, to they might think that this might be a good training opportunity. I don't know. We have actually seen if that was a thing or not, but we've not quite heard back. I envision master planning the area, which wouldn't cost much. And then developing it could be developed potentially in 1, 2, or a few phases, depending on how the funding shakes out and would become available. And then again, I do envision a development of a campground, and it could very well be a public-private partner who does that. Going back to that group that I talked to, one thing that really stuck with me was that their operation is like a 5-month operation. They come in, they install, they deinstall, and that's how they operate. So, anyway, let's see here. Here's some very rough estimates, and I can say that today we received information from one contractor that they would give us a maximum guaranteed price of $225,000 to remove the building. So you can look, adjust this by that appropriate amount, 25,000, and accordingly. And that total that you see there is without grants, and we feel fairly confident that with a project like this, that we would be able to leverage dollars, county dollars, with grants. And then some final considerations. I wanted to share with you the revenue. This is how revenue has shaken out over the course of time. That 2021 was post-COVID, and that was a lot of wedding makeups. Yeah, didn't get to get married during COVID, so we saw a lot of activity in 2021. That $36,000 that you see there in 2022, that's for about approximately a 6-month period of time. And then we stopped taking reservations for the following spring, which would have been May and June. Our Parks and Recreation Commission, they were supportive of the repurposing of that property. And then you might ask yourselves, well, I mean, you're saying that to develop it could be about $1 million. To improve the facilities is also maybe about $1 million. So what I would say is that, what I do say is that it's less cost and less maintenance obligation to the county over the life of that building. And I'll continue to say less worry, because we do worry what we're going to encounter every year when we're able to get there after the winter. It has been challenging to secure a PPP that's willing to take on the improvements. Like I said, we've gone through a couple of rounds of RFPs. NAU, they weren't interested in renewing the agreement, and I really don't know why. It seemed like a great program. The wedding group, they backed out because of their concerns over maintenance of the facilities. We actually also talked to the Girl Scouts, and they didn't think that it was a large enough facility for them. And then also they were like, and we have to invest $1 million, that kind of shied off. I mean, we've not heard definitively that they're not interested, but that was their initial reaction. So anyway, those are some of the reasons why we feel, I mean, if you want to look at one or the other. And then finally, I'd say that opening it up to the public could be considered a greater public good, giving the public access to it. It might be a more worthy endeavor than having it privately operated. And mind you, if someone were to take us on an offer to improve the facilities and take on that at huge investment, the return to the county would not be great, right? Because they would be looking to recuperate that investment of bringing up those buildings to code. So yeah, here we are. I've given you an update on the current status, which is a big reason why we're here today. We've gone over the options that we talked about in February, which still on the table, of course. We took a deeper dive in what a repurposed frontier 240 acres could look like. And yeah, now I'm eager to get into a conversation and answer your questions and take your direction.
Thank you. Really appreciate the presentation. And, we did a board retreat several years ago at that property, and it was such a nice property. And I know all of us have really pulled our hair out trying to figure out a way to salvage that property, but it sounds like the basement. Yeah. But it sounds like there's a good plan, and in a way that will save us some money and also provide great space for our community. So with that said, do we have any other comments from supervisors? Yes, thank you. Supervisor Ryan.
Oh, it's interesting you say that, Brian, because I was going to ask, could you also report out on the planning and zoning if you want?
Well,
So the planning and zoning, or not planning and zoning, the parks,
oh,
and
the
Rec.
Parks and Rec. Okay, yeah, yeah.
Sorry, I'm getting older. I
Yeah.
mix things up, you
I
know.
was like, we've not taken this to
It
planning.
was Steve, he did it.
Chair Vasquez, Supervisor Ryan, it's been a while, but I recall that one question was, could we reach out to the Frontieri family? And would they be willing to invest in the invest in the improvement of the facility as we would need? And my connection to the Frontieri family is Mr. Ben Miller. And he says he was going to reach out. I've done some research on the Frontieris, the siblings of Georgia Frontier, not siblings, but her children, son and daughter. And they seem to be more, their philanthropic work seems to be more towards football and creating long-term care and housing and health for older football players. So we've not made that connection, but we have reached out to people who know them personally, and we've done some research online. The other comments were that they liked this concept. They like the concept of giving the public access to the property. And I might be missing something. Okay.
Okay. And if I can continue, thank you. You know, thank you, first of all, Cynthia, for you and your staff for taking a deeper dive on this one. And I'm going to give a different perspective. Everybody's coming in a different way and looking at it. Originally, how did we get here with this? And I go back to our initial visioning that we had in the late 90s from a regional perspective. Why Rogers Lake? Why the acquisitions of Rogers Lake? And the intent there, and this was multi-agency. We had Forest Service, Game and Fish, the city, the county, various nonprofits in the area giving feedback on the planning. But as the plan came together, associated with it and led to CPOS, it was taking a look at there are certain areas where we have higher resource values, and why Rogers Lake. And Rogers Lake is, if you take a look at, it's one that you want to think about in the future, but if you take a look at wildlife corridors and connectivity between the peaks in the Verde Valley, flyways on an international level of when it's an ephemeral lake, in other words, it dries up, but when that water is in the lake, the different bird species that come through as a flyway, it is high resource value. The other thing is, and I always encourage people, who is it, Larry Stevens and crew that I took classes from way back when, they talked about, there's a book out called The Last Mile. And The Last Mile is a discussion of what has happened to our wetlands and our riparian areas. And a very conservative estimate is we've lost 65% of them. It's usually goes to much more so than the 65% with that. And that was an element of when we were talking about regional plan, one of the areas for conservation is that we had a scientific committee that came together, and their advice had been, why don't we pursue acquisition associated with it, take it out of state trust status so it doesn't get developed there, to conserve that particular resource for that. And we were very fortunate that we could start the acquisition process, growing smarter money added to what we brought through with CPOS with that. So, and then Tony Cullum came in as Georgie Frontieri passed away, and the family trust saw an interest of, they saw potential for tax benefit of certain lands, and this one seemed to make sense to fit into what we were doing with Rogers Lake, and hence we eventually worked through the contribution that occurred with this. The unfortunate thing, and a lot of people saw it as fortunate, is that what came with it are buildings. And the drawback is buildings are expensive and they're hard to maintain, and these are very unique buildings. And, you know, future boards, after doing the visioning, after doing these discussions, started looking at the buildings and wanted to see, is there a way that we can, you know, build additional activity out there? I guess I've been a little bit of a voice on the other side of saying, but our intent was, let's build in the conservation component, the educational opportunities that we might derive associated with it. The scientific committee and the broader agencies, when they looked at it from a winter perspective, the wonder about having the closure of Woody Mountain Road is it gives a quiet area for wildlife over the winter for that. So that's where, you know, how did we get there? Why did we get into these acquisitions and what's happened with them? But working together, you know, as various boards, it's like, okay, let's try the RFP process. And we did. We're ready to go for our third rendition of it. But now we're seeing what the cost of the buildings are on this. So having this being brought forward at this point, you know, I encourage us to go with Parks and Rec recommendations of, you know, it's time to repurpose really for the public benefit, but we have such a wonderful environmental attribute out there. We can conserve it in the wintertime. We can have additional activity out there, but more of a passive approach to what we have happening, and create the public access component of it. So you can build in a lot of environmental opportunities. Campground, yeah, it'd be wonderful. Depending on how intensive it gets, we have to be very cautious that we don't bring, we want revenue that can come back in, but by the same token, if you start using revenue to drive, it starts, Fort Tuthill, quite frankly, is an industrial park. It's an industrial level of recreation that we have. A lot of our push and how we've gotten the money with the joint land use study was seeing the passive components adjacent to the bases so that we didn't have incompatible uses, but it also fit our mission of what we were trying to do regionally from a conservation perspective. So, you know, I like the recommendations. You know, my thoughts are encouraging us, the repurposing of the property, but what we did with the art barn. The art barn was a tough one. You know, a lot of people had vested interest, but it had seen its life. When it came time to take it down, the other art barn, not the, yeah, there were two art barns over on the property off of 180. And you know, a beautiful barn, but it had seen its life. We invited the public in. We repurposed the material. I could see Parks and Rec using the material. Or if we take a look at what we did we had an acquisition of the building as we built the pump house wash wetland area. And for that building, we had Highlands Fire and Flag Fire for about 6 months, gradually start pulling pieces off the building. They did a lot of fire training. And in the end, they burnt the building and we had cleanup. There was a cost associated with it, but it reduced our costs on it. And so before getting into a contractual level, you know, I hope, and you may have explored this, Cynthia, but these might be methods that we reduce the cost, start to bring it back to a natural, but a public access component that can work towards these pieces. One last piece that I'm going to throw in there because it's a conceptual one. I want us to do with our parks what we have done with the Miller property. Start to build a fund for each of them that will the interest, if we can, and feed back into those parks and gradually, you know, just if we work together with, you know, the Kellogg Foundation or other foundations or the grants that you're suggesting through state parks, You, we have a history with our department of being quite successful in drawing that money in and build upon those funds to actually have the park and the synergy created with the different communities take care of our parks. So a lot of, probably more than you needed on this one, but I like the staff's recommendation. I'll keep it short now, but I said everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan, for that historical context. We appreciate the input. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Cynthia and the Parks Commission. Thank you for your work. This has been a journey. From the time that we got all excited, there's a donation, there's buildings involved, and the buildings are not that great. We were really excited. But, you know, I remember, I kind of compare it with our horse race project. We really wanted to keep the horse racing in our county. We didn't want to give it up. So we lingered it on for many years, just trying to see how to address that and be able to make money and at least break even. It just wasn't happening. And so we even went into contracts down south to keep the horse racing here and make some money off the title there for a bit. But this property has always been a challenge from the very beginning. And so we've gone through many meetings and many tours and trying to just see what else we can do, and working with Camp Navajo and just really incorporating it into just the open space there. And it just it's such a valuable land, and just included in the project that is there, the REPI project, and just the NAU Forest is just project is right there. And it's a land that we need to really preserve. So I like your recommendation. It's hard to let it go. I kept thinking that there was going to be a project there of some sort to keep the buildings and maintain the buildings, but I guess it's not going to happen. Now we're at the point where we just have to let it go and go on to these other projects. We have to say that we have tried with all these different projects that we have initiated there, and it just couldn't happen. So now we're at this point where we're just gonna let it be and be able to open it up to the public. So I think I like that idea. And I mean, it's a beautiful area. It's a beautiful place to be. I would go camping there. So anyway, thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thanks for the update on it. And it breaks my heart to look at those photos. And it looks like it's in pretty rough shape. And another winter's not going to help it, I guess. And I'm disappointed. I was hoping we could get a PPP to come in and do something there, because it is just special property. And I also, however, acknowledge that if we take your recommendation, both Parks and Rec and the commission's recommendation and your recommendation to repurpose it, it would really be able to open it up for more public access and to really allow more members of the public to come out there. And I understand it is fragile property, and whatever use we use this for, we have to be cognizant of that. I'd like to go camping there too. But we do have to make sure that, we are appropriately maintaining this very special piece of property. So I would be in agreements to repurposing it, sadly, but I would be in agreements to repurpose it.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Vice Chair Begay.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for the presentation. And I'm also leaning towards the repurposing of the land. because there's a lot of repairs that need to be done and damages are done. It's gonna cost us too much to maintain it and continue to go with the way it is right now. And to develop for people to have access to it, for camping, maybe some volleyball nets and, the wedding stuff, everything that you kind of mentioned to us, I think that will be a better use for the communities out there. And so I'm in agreement with that. And so one request I have is to name Roger Lake to Ryan Lake.
Thank you, Vice Chair Begay. Any response to that, Supervisor Ryan? Just kidding, just kidding. No, thank you for the presentation. We really appreciate knowing where we're at, and it looks like the staff recommendation does save the county both maintenance time and money, and look forward to seeing how this project proceeds.
Great, thank you. And thank you, Chair Vasquez, members of the board. I know this is not an easy decision or conversation to have, but I think I'm confident that at the very end of the day, it'll be a much better, we'll serve our public a lot better with a repurposed property. So thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it. Now, is there anything else on the agenda or any item that either the manager's office? Oh, would you like to make some comments?
Very property. You really want to hear me? Yeah, okay. And I think that direction is terribly appropriate. What I wanted to mention, and maybe we have to go into executive session because I want to discuss personnel. Matt Ryan is a true gentleman in the absolute definition of that word, gentle man. He's long-winded. But he's passionate and he listens and he cares. And I've had the pleasure of serving on the commission for, I think, 15 or 16 years with Matt. And you're going to lose a tremendous amount of institutional knowledge. He's a special man, and I just want to thank him for his service. Thank you very much.
Thank you, it's appreciated.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. All right, are there any other comments or questions at this time? In that case, thank you everyone for a good meeting. We are adjourned. Thank you.